How's it going, everyone? Welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, Arstill.
And Volacel, and we're here to bring you the latest news and games commentary for the week, such as it was. Though there was most of the games commentary I saw this week was asinine. But leaving that aside, Fern is not here. He might be here later. He had something to do that he said would make him late, um, as of this morning. But he still hasn't shown up yet, even though we're starting late. So who knows where he is or if he'll show up. I guess we'll just have to hope that he pokes his head in at some point. But yeah, if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw. You can join us in the Discord server, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided in the show description underneath the archive on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. So for weeks this week, I have a bit of other stuff to go over quickly, but most of it is going the new Star Rail patch for video
And you
gaming.
being mad at your customers.
Yes, that will be part of the and other stuff. So, I think for this week, what we might do is I'll just quickly do my non-Hoyo stuff first, so we can keep it all in one batch, and then go on to my specific Hoyo stuff and do the general Hoyo talk during your week, because we're going to. I get the feeling there's going to be a lot to go with there, especially with some of the stuff that's been going around the past week or two. Alrighty. So, as Vol foreshadowed before, let me just go host page.
It's like you've been smoldering on this for days.
So, we'll need this first picture for context of what a switch on control panel normally looks like if it's old analog one. Now, startup, for those of you that don't know, is official procedure that you need done on most major commercial or private business or government, any type of corpo or larger uh, building when it gets new pumps installed or new anything installed that has machinery, regular operation and maintenance. You have to do something called a startup, which is where you call either the reps or they appoint somebody who's qualified that's on their payroll to go do the startup. And what this means is you show up, do a few rudimentary checks, make sure they're installed correctly, make sure on, make sure the colors are spinning in the right direction, junk like that, make sure it actually pumps water, etc. Normally, they are fairly minor, and unless there are like 8 systems you have to go to, they go by pretty quick. Show up, flip the switch, sign a few things on a piece of paper, hand it to the customer, say thanks. If you have any problems, let us know. I've attached a copy of the picture of it, so you got one for your records, and you're on your way. That's a startup. It's usually not a big deal. There's been a startup that has been rescheduled since before August. Every 2 weeks, it seems like I would get an email that said, yeah, we're going to have to delay again. Yeah, we're going to have to delay again. Yeah, we're going to have to delay again. For more and more asinine and dumb reasons. Eventually, it came down to Georgia Power hadn't gotten power out to the site. Now, this was at a water treatment.
You're going to trust them to treat the water?
They are not the ones that will be running the plant afterwards, but they are doing the installation. They're the contractors hired, and they don't have a clue what they're doing. And some of the people, because everybody gets emailed on these email chains when they have to update, are starting to get really hacked off at them. But I finally got him by going to the guy that was contacting me's boss, got him to nail down a date and say, we're coming this date. Make sure there's power down there. I don't care if you have to drag a generator down there. And we will get this thing started up and get it just taken care of, and we ain't got to think about it anymore. Like, okay, sounds good. And we got there on Tuesday, I think. And I have posted a picture of the switch to turn these stupid things on. They had them in the pit already, so About the only way I could do some of my checks was to turn the dumb things on and see what happens, and see if there's any problems or if everything's running okay. So this is a duplex system. So there's 2 pumps in the pit instead of 1. The first pump, as you can see on the control panel, has a switch next to the green light. If you turn it left and hold it left, it won't lock in that position. Make the pump just run as a test to make sure everything's pumping. That's fine. The auto is what you usually leave it on when they're in maintenance, and every time the water rises up to a certain level, it'll alternate between pump 1 and pump 2, which one turns on first, and if the water still fills past the point of the turn on switch and gets to the next switch, the other pump will get on. And if it gets to the third switch, it triggers a high water alarm because something is clearly... This is what the switch looked like for the second pump. You will notice it's missing something. Something important for turning the thing on.
I don't know where it is gone.
Yes, Speedy Gonzalez, I understand here, but we went through all this rigmarole and you were all concerned about starting this thing up, and none of you checked to see if one of your dumb contractors had accidentally clobbered the stupid control panel somehow hard enough to break the outer housing of the switch and knock the switch off into goodness knows where?
Well, if they interact with the contractors, then there would be more liability for them hiring illegals.
Yeah. So, there was no switch to test pump 2, and I really didn't want to come back to this job site. So I told him, you know what? These are like $20. I don't care. I will just have them ship one to you. I'm not even going to bother to bill you for it. Only thing I need you to do, not worry about bureaucratic nonsense if I do this favor for you. Do not call me to come back out here, and I will just ship the dumb part to you. And I did the best I could weasel wording the startup form saying, technically there was no switch here, but everything else worked fine, and assuming they can install this switch and both these run normally, everything should be good to work under normal conditions. Hopefully, I worded it in a way that appeases the bureaucrats. I really don't want to go back out there. It's over an hour away through some of the worst traffic in Atlanta.
There's good traffic in Atlanta.
No. But the fact that you have to go to the perimeter of the city or go straight through the city to get to it, and there's no real way about that, and it's on the other end of the city, you're going to be having to hit Atlanta traffic whether you like it or not. So that is how that went. I ruined a brand new pair of shoes because they had accidentally flooded the field going to the runoff facility where the pump's located, and turned it into a giant mud pit. Now, getting dirty shoes on job sites is not unexpected, but for a single pump in an enclosed location, I thought it would just be, some water damage. These shoes aren't meant to be pristine forever. They'll get the standard wear and tear, not get totally demolished by a trek through mud that raised itself up to my shoelaces every time I took a step.
Where do they find these people? Is there anything on their job site they haven't managed to screw up?
I am glad this place ain't treating my water. South Atlanta residents, y'all are screwed.
Yeah, well, it serves them right for living in Atlanta.
So this was a pain in the butt. The tiny little 23-year-old Mexican man who'd been sending out all these emails looked at me and thought I was going to punch him the whole time from the looks he was giving me. He's the one that was in charge of doing the initial scheduling, and man, he looked terrified of me when he looked at me. I don't know if I had a look on my face. I might have had a look on my face every time something stupid happened at this thing, but man, it was a nightmare that ate all of a work day that I had to catch up on. And as usual with startups that are a gazillion miles away that eat an entire workday, it puts me behind the 8 ball the rest of the week, and I have to play catch up. So I did what I could this week for video gaming. The Star Rail story had to wait until this weekend because time during the work week to get to it, and rest of the free time was spent in short 1 to 2 VR sessions, maybe 1 or 2 of those a day, and that's it. Most of that was goofing around, just trying to get the stuff as optimally set up as possible. Now that all my crap that I ordered for accessories is finally here.
Are you going to be able to restore your sound settings?
Yes, everything should be fine. What I've done, actually, I have a picture for this too. So, regarding the VR stuff, I have to copy the link because that. So that's all the equipment sans the router shenanigans that I talked about last week with the headset, the new strap for it, the battery packs on the strap, and how that plugs directly into the side of the headset. And what I've done for the PC on this thing is I have a dongle, a USB-C dongle, and some Soundcore earbuds. And these can either be plugged directly into the headset where that power cable's plugged in right now and used with the headset if I'm not also talking to people on the computer and playing stuff off of the headset. And I can plug the headset's battery pack into the pass-through port on that thing, and it will charge the headset through the dongle. Nice. Or I can plug it directly into my PC and use it as a sound device. Now, if you use virtual reality on PC, there is an app that you absolutely need to get, especially if you're using a Quest or any of the Oculus products, called Virtual Desktop. And through a whole lot of shenaniganery, I have configured this thing so that every time I boot it up, the only thing I have to do now is go in and manually change the what output device I'm using. I do all the time anyway because I'm always switching between speakers. Otherwise, it switches now my microphone to the Oculus microphone, which is surprisingly okay quality, not terrible at all. And I even found a janky setup to stream Oculus games instead of PC Steam games. There aren't very many of those. If I have the choice, I'll always get it on Steam because it's just easier to work with Virtual Desktop than it is to work Oculus stuff, even though the thing. If you just want to run the game and play it, it's fine for that. But if you want to do anything like stream it or show it to people or to run on Discord at the same time, you have to jump through hoops. But I've found a way to finagle that now without tying up my sound settings. But basically, throughout my experimentation, I wound up creating a bunch of fake audio devices that aren't supposed to exist. And this caused some shoes that I had to untangle before the show, and about 45 minutes to get completely untangled, so OBS now works properly. Hopefully, it works properly. Because of my device Mutson, this will not have a local archive, so I'm hoping this streams appropriately. All the levels on everything should be where they were before. And the bars are all going to the same location, so I hope the volume's okay. But yeah, VR now works perfectly fine. All I gotta do is put the headset on and strap the strappies to my hands. And
This is not what I would call like an end user friendly solution.
No, not if you're trying to open.
Well, I still can't even wrap my brain around the idea that you need like a separate bridged Wi-Fi loop into your main Wi-Fi just in order to use a VR headset.
If I want to use it wirely to hook it to the PC, wirelessly, yeah. Otherwise, the signal strength just simply isn't good enough.
But there's literally no reason why it should be that way. We're past that stage in technology. Like, if the miniaturized transmitter in a cell phone can get perfect connectivity, there's literally no excuse for a VR headset not to be.
Yeah, if you lose more than 10 seconds of latency between the PC talking to the router and via Ethernet, and your headset having to talk to your normal router wirelessly, it's going to cause hitching, and hitching in VR is a bigger deal than it is in normal games. It's obnoxious if it's frequent in normal games, but if you're hitching in VR, that's a good way to make yourself sick.
No, I've like I've mentioned in the past, I used the VR headsets that were contemporaneous to the 90s, and the even when they were like fully wired up, the sort of the little bit of slowness at response, because the gyros were not good back then, they were very primitive. You ended up getting dizzy very, very fast simply because of the marginal lag in response to everything.
Yeah. What's good with this setup that I've got right now is the wireless connection is so good because the router is um that I can I can play games with full locomotion, which means no snap turning or and no teleporting, walking normal with the analog sticks or walking with your physical self, and the connection is good enough that that's fine. I don't have to worry about getting sick at all because it's so responsive. The new pancake lenses help with that a bit too, instead of the old centric circle lenses that had the weird fisheye effect. The trade off for the slight nearsightedness and higher quality is definitely worth it, just because the smoothness of motion feels way better on these lenses and doesn't make me near as uncomfortable as VR games. And I can play full locomotion high action games now, like the Batman game or the or Arizona Sunshine with full locomotion, and it's no problem whatsoever. So yeah, that brings us to Fern got here.
Yes, indeed.
We have a Fern.
Fern is back.
Yes.
For the first time,
yeah.
what feels like eons.
We did have Christmas break and New Year's break, and then Fern wasn't here the first week. We did do a show last week.
First week was... No.
We did what could charitably be called a show last week.
Oh dear.
It was kind of impromptu because we didn't have last week's show planned at all. We weren't going to do one because I wasn't going to have power. But since I wound up having power by some miracle,
well, it wasn't really a miracle that your weatherman was categorically wrong again.
Yes. The Georgian weather service is notorious at this point.
I don't know if they know what weather is in Georgia. Like, I think that they have like hot and bugs for like 9/10 of the year, and then 1/10 of the year they have winter apocalypse, or at least they prepare for winter apocalypse that comes like once every 10 years.
Half an inch of snow is the apocalypse. Yes.
Somewhere I do have on my phone. I recorded a sequel video to the Trek to Work. This one in the snow.
It's exactly the same.
When the snow was at its peak. I will post it so that you guys can see it once we're done with the stream. I'll have to jigger it a bit though, because the phone isn't playing nice with moving the video file to upload it.
Yeah. So to be fair to the Georgian Weather Service, though, whatever they actually call themselves, meteorology seems to be that sort of science where you can just go in, do nothing all day, make up or something, and it doesn't matter. Yeah. And that applies all over the world.
Yeah, I don't trust weathermen in general, and I was the only person in my local area who was just like, all right, probably going to lose power, and not freaking out about it and not trying to murder everybody at the supermarket.
Well, meteorology as a discipline is like a monument to humanity's hubris and their sense of control over the natural world.
Yes, Mother Nature will scoff at your predictions. Scoff, sir.
And these same people...
The thing that's really frustrating is that everybody knows this. Like, there's nobody who actually trusts the weatherman in any real capacity, except for, middle-aged housewives who want to do the laundry. The idea that everybody knows that predictions about the climate can't be trusted, yet everybody panics about climate change is kind of amusing, or it would be amusing if there weren't billions of dollars and the freedom of everybody on Earth tied up in it.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We may not know how deep the snow's going to be. We may not even know if it's going to rain tomorrow, but we definitely know about all them holes in the ozone layer. And let me tell you, it's a catastrophe. Al Gore told us so.
We definitely know that the polar bears will be extinct by like 2010.
Never mind that they have the biggest population resurgence of any endangered creatures. Absolutely bananas. As if the polar bears themselves got wind of this and just to spite them decided to start breeding.
Well, you see, this is sort of artificial. Like, I feel like animals should reach a natural population equilibrium proportional to how delicious they are.
Yeah. Anywho, so yeah, sorry about being late. Yes, there was a slight shenanigan at the end of the work shift, though I was a little bit later than expected. And by shenanigan, I mean meth.
What?
Because
Was it in somebody, or was it like left behind and you had to report it to the police?
Your new hire didn't get busted for meth, did he?
No. Thankfully, no.
Has that ever happened before?
Yeah, sort of.
While he wasn't employed with you, maybe?
We'd already fired him by that point. That was maybe 4, 5 guys. No, wait, that's going back a few years now. But yeah, we fired a guy and then later found out that he'd been dealing weed and all sorts of stuff. So that was fun.
Weed's one thing. I'd prefer people not get turned into weed heads because it turns you into a stoner and you become useless in general. However, meth is considerably worse.
At least with weed heads,
like Swiss cheese.
Yes, but weed heads are useless but generally harmless.
They only hurt themselves.
And violent.
The biggest thing you got to worry about with a meth or the weed head is they're gonna drive like 20 miles an hour in the fast lane.
Yeah, don't let them drive.
I mean, they're not gonna wreck the car. They're just gonna take forever going where they're going.
So yeah, there's an upswing in drug deals going on in our town again because we had a cop bust maybe a month ago, and usually after that there's a big upswing.
Yeah, it's not really like the dealing was not really the problem that they warned us about in my hometown, because I was brought up in a sort of like a semi-remote, semi-rural town. So you're like within range of urban centers, but you're sort of a little bit out of sight. And what we had to be alert for was not meth heads so much as like miniaturized Bhopal disaster.
Oh dear.
Because occasionally a house would, and this is I never bore witness to this, but apparently it was something that happened, is occasionally a house would just explode.
Yeah.
We had a house in my old neighborhood get condemned because it was had a meth lab in it, and the meth lab had done so much damage that the whole house was a fire hazard and could not be repaired.
That's pretty much always the case. Like, I remember as a child going to a sort of like a community thing, and it was like, and remember kids, these are the ways you can tell that this is a clan lab and you've got to stay away from it. Like most of the time, I don't think kids get that type of lesson. Normally it's like stranger danger, not like, okay, so what you want to look at is when you're coming home from school, and if there's sort of like a slightly off color haze around the eaves of a house as you walk past, stay away, walk on the other side of the road.
Hey, go boom.
Yeah. Stranger danger and, general childhood safety in our day generally did not take into consideration if a house was about to explode or not.
Yeah, man, I remember when my area was the sticks, and not like the sticks on the border of civilization, but like just the sticks.
Like the town that I grew up in, it had millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars of industry, but only about 2,500 people in total, many of whom were employed in that industry. And the industries were the dairy company and the meat works. But basically, there's a row running from north to south across the line where the peninsula joins to the mainland of the North Island of New Zealand. There are towns about every 10 kilometers, but the layout like that is because they were basically way stations to get supplies for the farmers. Once people have automobiles, having a town every 10 kilometers suddenly isn't really necessary anymore. So you end up with a lot of small towns that have sort of like withering internal economies, and that means that there's a lot of abandoned buildings.
Yeah.
And abandoned buildings attract ne'er-do-wells like trash attracts raccoons.
Indeed.
Yes.
So, PSA is about meth houses aside. We were doing my week first. The part of my week first that's not Hoyo games because that falls, and then we were going to do his. So we'll wrap that, or we'll finish that up, and then do Fern's week, I think, and then we'll do Vol and the Hoyo stuff.
Alrighty.
So, VR stuff. I'm actually glad you came in when you did, Fern, because this is relevant to you. I mentioned it to me the other day.
I think I'm going to be in the market for a VR headset sometime this year.
So
as somebody who can get car sick on a 20-minute journey, I don't think I'm going to be.
So, as I mentioned before, the setup I've got with all the peripherals I got, the only one that is absolutely necessary if you go the Quest 3 route, I would think would be the Halo type head strap. And the reason for that is twofold. One, the one in particular that I got comes with the battery pack attachment that I've been very happy exists. And number two, the Halo design on it works better than the cheapo cloth strap it comes with, or the old clamshell designs that we're used to that will just go flatly around your head. It distributes the weight way better and lets you adjust the face covering so that you can make it suck up to your face a bit better and remove some of the external light that may get in from well illuminated play space, which is advisable. You definitely want to have your lights on when you have things so that tracking works better with your hands.
Yep.
So, in live show chat, Fern, I posted a picture of everything sans the router that I have for the headset right now, for peripheral stuff that goes.
It's a good amount of stuff.
So the headset itself and the controllers themselves come with the thing. The grips for the controllers cost me $25, and they are replacements for. You can actually see one of the old straps sitting next to my cloth I used to wipe down the lenses.
Oh, that looks like the straps they used to send out with Wiimotes.
Yeah, pretty much.
To stop you putting them through your television screen?
Yeah, those ones.
Yeah. And that thing...
they didn't work.
Yeah. The wrist strap will work. It's a good... The old cloth wrist strap will work fine. The shoe comes with those. When you're putting them on to get into VR, it takes about a solid 30-45 seconds to get that thing situated and get it on your wrist with both of them, and gotta make sure it's not twisted, and it's just a whole lot of faff with it. And when you need to take it off to go reach to get a drink or something, or to adjust the headset so that you don't have the controller banging on stuff, it's way more obnoxious with the little wrist strap rather than the hand strap that I got that's Velcro, and you just unvelcro, slide hand in, close Velcro. And you do not have to keep those straps up there on your hands particularly tight. You can have them pretty loose, which can give you enough wiggle room to grab stuff like your water or your vapor or your whatever with either of your hands without even having to flip the controller around. Make them loosen. So those are handy. The other thing that cost about $40 were those Soundcore earbuds. I actually had to get different ear tips for them because my ears are too big. I pulled those off and sat them next to the headset and put the silicone tips back on. Because the biggest tips they have did not let them stay in my ears.
Yeah.
So I got some.
It's another reason that I don't have much interest in VR is that I really can't use earbuds. Like I used them for years and years, and then I found out they were causing problems in my ears. And now my ears are just like sort of itchy all the time, and I can't wear those because if I do, what happens is colossal quantities of earwax build up in my ears, and then I have to have a specialist remove them.
Ew.
Yeah.
My ears don't like them at all.
I don't have that shoe. I've had earwax buildup before, but it wasn't related to earbuds because it happened almost a decade after I'd last seriously used earbuds. But for these, what I did was I got some cheapo big memory foam, like $5 memory foam ear tips, and use those when I'm actually using them. And those things will lock those things in your ear like glue, not coming out unless you want them to come out. So those have been handy. And it comes with a little dongle. And I plug this dongle in the PC, and when I boot up Virtual Desktop, it's set to search for that dongle device and switch my hearing audio device to the dongle and switch my microphone to Virtual Desktop's emulated fake audio device that is pegged to the Quest microphone. And this, and then when I close Virtual Desktop, about 75% of the time, it'll auto switch back to my other two devices. And
Okay, here we go. So I'm just doing a quick poke around online at the moment. And honestly, the only way I can really buy a Quest 3 at the moment is through Amazon.
Yeah. And all the other VR headsets for PC are going to be not cost effective for doing VR.
They've all got something that's a little bit off with them. Like, yeah, okay, some of them are a little bit cheaper, but most of them are not.
When people
But
saying the Steam one was good,
It's workable. It's
it's a couple of generations behind at this point, though.
yeah, and it is.
but I mean, isn't that always going to be the case? Like every year.
Yeah.
Yeah. The big benefit with the Quest 3 is they have packaged the entirety of the Quest's internal storage and CPU and everything inside the headset itself, so you still have access to the Quest library of Oculus exclusive games at no additional cost.
Mm-hmm.
And this lets you get some of the bigger, more fun games that are still not on Steam, like Robo Recall and the new Batman game.
Yeah. On the plus side, actually, it looks like they're selling when you buy a new Quest headset, you get the Batman game.
You get it for free. You do. And if you use a referral code I can give you, you will get 60 Zuck bucks.
And you'll just find out how exhausting it is to be Batman.
It is very tiring to be Batman. However, this goes on to my first big VR game talk I can do. I did a run through of Arizona Sunshine again with Ibu, but it's Arizona Sunshine. It's peace and shooting and watching Ibu fumble around with the guns because right after you put a magazine in is funny, but it's it'd be how it do. The big new VR game though. Previously, I would consider Half-Life Alyx the best, most focused for a proper video game where you're actually playing video game stuff. Now, Alyx does have a lot of sandbox toys laying around you can just stop and play with if you want. A bunch of junk in the environment, and the first area of the game is basically get familiar with the control everywhere. It doesn't tell you that. You like pull caps off markers and use them on the windows to write things and crunch soda cans and bounce stuff around.
Admit it. You know what everyone does with those markers.
They draw them a penis.
They do.
There you go.
I wrote MAGA 2024 on mine. 2025 on mine.
Oh, that's probably going to get you banned somewhere.
Probably. But that's that is a very good experience that you can only get with a PC VR thing, and is the still the closest thing VR has to a killer app. But the Batman game is a close second. It is. So what happened? I did some research on this because I was very curious how the heck we wound up with this, given the timeline of the Arkham series, because it's part of the Arkham series. So when Arkham Asylum and Arkham City were released, those were the two games that everybody loved. Like, okay, if you played the Arkham games, everybody knows Arkham Asylum and Arkham City were great, especially for when they came out.
Yep.
They spawned the entire derivative subgenre of superhero games that are now rote, but they were the ones that started it, and it was innovative at the time. And Arkham Origins was made by a third party afterwards, and not so good on that one, and was a buggy mess. Arkham Knight, an okay sequel where unfortunately one of the gameplay mechanics stood out and people complained about it a lot. I never played it, so I don't know how big of a problem it is. People complain about the Batmobile, but otherwise the Batman segments are perfectly fine. You're not in the Batmobile. So okay, cool. That one was made by Rocksteady, but Origins was not. It was made by Warner Brothers Interactive.
I know you missed one game in the Arkham series there.
We're getting there. So next, there's actually 2 more games, not counting the new one. There is the next game to come out was Batman VR, because after Arkham Knight, the OG Rocksteady team left to work with the Batman the people they were working with to make the new game, and they released basically a 1-hour tech demo as a game called Batman VR or Batman Arkham VR or something. It was hot garbage because it was so short and was just them experimenting and needing to see some kind of return on what they were working on. So they
to be fair, like 90% of VR games in that period were exactly that.
So yeah, that was like a 2017 release, and after that they began work on Arkham Shadow, the current game. This explains what happened with Suicide Squad, because the original Rocksteady team wasn't there. They were working on Arkham Shadow. So Suicide Squad was the brainchild of whoever they appointed or got left behind at Rocksteady after the team left to go work on Arkham Shadow. So that's why it was such a woke, garbage-infested mess with a live service twist on a completely single-player franchise.
All the things that baffled me with Suicide Squad, making it a live service is probably the top of the pile.
Yeah. So
just why?
So yeah.
Because everybody is doing it. Like, I don't know how much this is even part of a developer's decision. Like, I think that they probably receive a brief from the publishers that this must have live service components or we'll take our money elsewhere.
Yeah.
It's certainly probably easier to convince investors and publishers to take on a title if you can go to them with a PowerPoint talking about, well, if we do the live service route, look at all this money these other games make.
Yeah, I suppose it would be a product of that period of time not that long ago when you had all these big AAA developers parroting around that single player was dead.
Yeah, it probably came around that time too.
Turns out they were wrong, of course.
Yeah, it still will not make as much money as a live service game that can really take off. But there are so few of those that it just doesn't seem like something worth betting the farm on.
You say that, but as a bit of a digression, did either of you see the hoo-ha surrounding the business model for Space Marine 2?
No,
I did not.
It's not live service. And
it's not.
As a result, heaps of people complained that it wasn't.
Huh. We're having a genuine shut up and take my money moment, are we?
No, it's they felt like there was no content because they're using a conventional DLC model from like 10 years ago.
Ah, gotcha.
DLC.
And there's like, there's no content, there's no constant trickle, there's no battle pass. It's constantly giving me a trivial amount of stuff.
That's fine. Like, you can play the game, enjoy it, put it down and go play something else for a little bit.
Did not like the idea of picking and choosing what stuff they wanted, like cosmetically or whatever, off of a menu. They just wanted to get all of it as part of a battle pass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they weren't happy. So
people
while
it's
a much less toxic approach to development, definitely, because you just develop the stuff that you want and then you put a price tag on it and people buy it if they want to buy it. And they just keep doing this. They've got a pretty long sort of content roadmap of stuff they're going to produce. I mean, it's sort of tailor-made for it, really, because they can release each chapter and then the chaos chapters and so on and so forth over time, and people can get the cosmetics for their favorites and whatnot. Like, if I wasn't drowning in content and absolutely not drowning in free time, then I would definitely be playing Space Marine because I like 40k, and the Games Workshop's attempts to make 40k work have come a cropper again. So I'm perfectly happy to go back to participating in those IPs. But
Are they going to give it up this time?
no, they never
Probably
will, because there needs to be a cultural shift that means that there's no sense that there is cultural kudos associated with behaving that certain way. I don't really know where the influence comes from in Games Workshop, because this is a sort of an one of those odd weird hybrids that the accursed Amerifats are responsible for, where everything that is terrible in the world today is an American export, but other countries that are not America get so much worse than American does when they adopt it, which is why the UK has turned into a complete trash heap. Everything that's turning the UK into a complete trash heap is an American import, but the people in the UK do it so much worse than the Americans do. So yeah, that's like it's sort of like introducing a really accursed, noxious pest species to an environment where it has no natural predators.
And unfortunately, Games Workshop, I don't know where the Warhammer guys are located, but
Warhammer is a quintessentially British property.
yeah, but the higher ups at Games Workshop are located in the most woke part of the country. They are in one of the two hellholes that you. It doesn't matter if you replace them as the entirety of the people staffed by wokesters. Washington, their hub.
Yeah, it's they're still technically headquartered in Nottingham, but they still kind of take a lot of their cues from, like, basically tabletop gaming generally, which means that they try and do the sorts of things that wizards do. Basically, they see that as the sort of the gold standard.
Yeah, it's a standard, all right.
But yeah, so basically they in America is a large place with lots of internal cultural tensions, meaning that there are natural predators to terrible ideas, because somebody who shares a landmass with you has other ideas. In the UK, that's not the case. In the UK, everybody is on an island, and an idea will just sweep the entire area very quickly, which is why, you end up with horrible things like the Pakistani rape gangs and that sort of thing that go on in the UK, because when in America, if the idea that getting called a racist takes a hold, it will take a hold in one location and there'll be pushback from another location. In the UK, if it takes a hold in one location, there's only one location. There's no other location in the UK. There's only the UK. There's nobody left to fight. So insane things start to happen because something attains cultural monopoly really quickly. But anyway, that's a digression. The business model, I think, that Sabretooth adopted for Space Marine 2 was basically like I think it was sort of like a Eastern Europe / Russian headquartered development. So their overheads were way lower on development, while still, in terms of spending power, paying the employees just as well, rather than trying to develop everything in Austin or the Bay Area or whatever, which is the norm in AAA, right? Because those people are crazy. But that meant that there was very little impulse to be woke in the ground level troops, because they're all based in places that don't have any truck with that kind of thinking. And in terms of their development goals, they are outside of the sort of AAA hothouse. And in addition to that, the piecemeal approach is more suitable for people who aren't like on the IV drip and prefer to just buy, a la carte where they need it. Ultimately, it's, I think, a good model, but it was also broadly decried by Joe standard typical modern gamer in the West as being no content.
Yeah, I have no idea how loud what voices are in that particular community because I do not follow 4K stuff at all. But
It's extremely contentious, and the biggest problem is, honestly, the biggest problem is the same as it is everywhere, is that you've got a whole bunch of people who should be on your side but aren't because they're too concerned with being enlightened centrists. People taking a holier than thou approach rather than actually looking at, well, there is a group of people who don't actually have the future of the hobby at heart, the future of the IP at heart. What they have is the current day at heart and their personal reputation within the current day. So even if you think something isn't a big deal, this is sort of like it's sort of like an recognizing entryism thing. Like, entryism has to be ferreted out before it becomes metastatic. And they are never going to get there with 40k the way things currently are. 40k has basically, because it's such an intrinsically hostile IP to the way of thinking that Woke prefers, it has successfully fought off incursions time and time and time again for the last 20 years. But one of them eventually is going to be successful because it hasn't been able to cure the problem.
So yeah, VR games, because I know I want to try and wrap my week to get to Fern. I was talking
Live
about
service.
Yeah,
Live service kill the Justice League, as though there weren't enough reasons that game was terrible.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, the old hat Rocksteady guys had spent the better part of over half a decade working on this new Batman game, and because the first Batman game for VR was so terrible, I don't think this one got any coverage. It took a while for people to start talking about it, and it wasn't until like right before it came out that people started going on about it. And for the moment, it also remains a Quest Store exclusive. This does not always stay the case, much like many other platforms. It eventually will find its way to Steam because they want an install base. But for now, it's Quest Store exclusive, and you get it for free with Quest 3. And the 60 Zuck bucks you get, you can spend 30 of it on virtual desktop, which is a necessity for doing basic PC stuff. You can use the Quest Link system, but then you gotta sign in through Meta stuff and do weird stuff with Zuck, and nobody wants to do weird stuff with Zuck and his applications. just pay the.
Why do you say it that way?
What have you got against lizard people?
Just not into the Zuck. Sheds too much.
Never trust a man who can lick his own eyeballs.
Yeah. Especially if they blink sideways. So, yeah. Co-op disbanding. Oh, right, because
I'm going to go visit Fern.
Okay, well, I'm cutscening.
Cutscening?
Okay, I'm finished cutscening now.
So, yeah. Arkham Shadow is a Batman Arkham game through and through. There is minimal sandboxing.
Calisthenics.
Yeah. There's minimal sandboxing in this game. You don't get to just pick up junk and play with it. Oh, you're in jail. Right? This section.
Oh, he's in jail. We really did go to visit him.
In jail.
So
yes. We can just leave.
This is actually appropriate. Because in Arkham Shadow, it is a very little sandboxing going on. You're mostly controlling Bruce Wayne throughout the story, and it sets up this mystery of this criminal from like the Golden Age that has been totally redesigned into a mystery figure. I don't know where they're going with him yet. Of the Rat King, a figure that has become a cult-like leader to the downtrodden criminals of Gotham and is planning a big attack on the city. But to get any information, Batman needs to stop this. he has to go undercover inside Blackgate Prison because it's earlier in Batman's career when this takes place, before Arkham Asylum is built. So he has to go to Blackgate Prison to as a regular Joe Schmo prisoner who and go around and figure stuff out. Now, it's still a Batman game because the undercover parts only happen during the day and are relatively short compared to the Batman sections. At night, you bust out of your cell through the window and go to a mini Bat cave that you got on a small island next to the main prison island underground, and turn into Batman and go around the prison as Batman. And you unlock upgrades that allow you to explore more of the island and take out the guards more effectively and fight better and do more stealthy stuff and unlock more doors and solve more puzzles and all kinds of fun stuff like that. Like a typical Metroid style in 3D video game, just pure in first person as Batman. You are Batman. It comes with all the Arkham series quirks for good and bad. The storytelling is relatively good because it's the old Rocksteady crew that did City and Asylum. And while the stories in those games had a few shoes, the Jonkler final boss of Arkham Asylum being their most questionable "What were you smoking?" It in general is doing a good job setting up a story with a whole lot of flashbacks to Batman and Harvey Dent as children at the orphanage together, building up this mystery of the Rat King and who he is, and trying to find his identity. So that's good. The combat, however, is where I get the most fun out of this game, and it's a workout. And I mentioned some of the basics of combat last week, but as I got further into the game is about a full 12 to 14 hour chunky single player experience for VR. For VR, that's a pretty long game.
It's a proper game, yeah.
Yeah, and that's just the story. That doesn't count challenges, bonus combat challenges or stealth challenges you can do from the main menu, and doesn't count general exploration of the map and gathering collectibles and really Metroiding up the map.
All right. Also, I'm going outside.
Oh, okay. Where are you teleporting to?
Just the Statue of the Seven outside here.
Okay.
Since I haven't done any exploration on the surface.
Yeah. So, the combat in this game works by all movement other than jumping is done by physical movement. There is no easy locomotion other than moving the sticks to walk, and you can click the stick in to do a quick dodge to left or right, and you can press and hold it back to spin 180 degrees. That's it for locomotion. In combat, if an enemy is relatively close to you, within punch and range, you can punch at them, and you will dash punch to their location. If they're just a hair out of reach, it'll give it to you and just let you get in range. And you have to then string together a combo based on your location when you started the punch and the enemy's location and what type of enemy they are. It'll pop up prompts around them. It'll tell you a free punch with either hand will work. You need to punch in a direction with one particular hand, or you'll need to hit with like both fists or something for a combo ender. Sometimes there's a whole bunch of variations of this, and this means that you cannot use the same combo to take down every single enemy. You may remember the Arkham series if you played it. The combos were dictated for Batman every time he punched a character, but it was just done by tapping the X button. It would auto decide what the best move was to use. It was not very expressive in its melee combat. This one also railroads you to that, but you have to physically do every variant of the combo now. The game can come up with, which is quite a lot of them. So you will be mixing up your style of punching a ton, and the game slowly weaves in more and more enemy types that you have to use Batman's array of skills and abilities to deal with. You'll be introduced to enemies with guns that need to be high priority targets because you can't deal with them very easy. You have to cause them to lose line of sight of you so that you don't get shot, or you have to take them out first, or at least try and knock the gun out of their hands. And then they'll introduce enemies with stun batons that you cannot block and you cannot punch. Normally, just out the go, you have to get behind them by vaulting over their head with the right analog stick when you're in punching range. You'll vault over them and spin around 180 degrees, and then you have to punch down to send Batman back down to the ground and knock them forward and down and make them drop the stun baton so that you can do normal combos on them. And that's a lot of fun. And then they introduced bladed enemies, which are the most recent type I've unlocked. Well, there's armored enemies too, where you have to grab one of your cape sides, just one, and swing it around in front of you to disorient them so that you can get them in a combo chain. Otherwise, they'll just block all your attacks. And then they introduce bladed enemies where you have to physically dodge the blade.
Okay. You actually need to move your physical meat husk.
Yeah, it will warn you that a blade attack is coming if it's off screen, and it will warn you with any attacks coming off screen. But most of them, you can just hold your arm up to block unless it's a stun baton or a gun. With blades, you can't block it either. You have to dodge it, and this means you have to physically lean underneath the blade. So you have to quickly...
No, my meat husk.
It means moving.
Yep, this means physically moving from left to right with a hard jerk down into the left with your upper torso or down to the right. And if you do manage to dodge 2 slashes in a row, though, for 1 talent point after you meet your first bladed enemy, you can unlock bladed enemy counters. So blades actually become a way to quickly take out enemies would normally be scary and highly active. Now are like, okay, I really, really want to try and dodge 2 swipes back to back so I can get an instant takedown and remove this enemy from the equation. And you get all his gadgets you can use in combat. You can throw batarangs to stun enemies and pull out his gel gun that he uses to blast locks, pop the ground and cause enemies to fall down with from the little blast it does. And you can use his disruptor that he normally uses to crack codes on doors and stuff to disable enemy guns, but it's got a really long cooldown and stuff like that. It's just a lot of fun, various and varied combat options for highly kinetic combat that really makes you, I'm going to use the phrase, you ready? Feel like Batman. And the rest...
a pretty big claim.
Yeah. And the rest of the game is no slouch either. It's a typical Arkham game, but this means all the exploration is there. The only caveat is this also means it comes with detective vision. Now, there is a natural resistance to detective vision in VR. While if you played Arkham Asylum, you may remember there's basically no reason to ever play that game if you're going for just gameplay, not in detective vision, because it highlights all the crap in the environment you can interact with. However, in VR, if you have detective vision mode on for too long, I hope you did not value your eyeballs.
It's all still green and wobbly.
It's not green and wobbly, but it's blue and staticky.
Yeah, it's probably worse.
So there is natural physical incentive to turn it off, and just flick it on to have a quick look around, then turn it off. That is the only complaint I have about the game, is detective vision still exists. But other than that, it's a ton of fun. Locomotion around the game world feels really good. Going around and having to physically climb up to higher places if there's not a good spot to use your grappling gun, and having to and finding all the secret nooks and crannies you can go into, and having to physically lift the vents up and go inside and crawl through them and get to the other side and pop up and find the collectible and pick up the collectible with your hands and smash it against the wall. Get credit for it. All that stuff just feels really good and fun. So I definitely recommend Arkham Shadow as a full-fledged video game that is just a ton of fun to play, especially the combat. There's a learning curve to it, but the learning curve is fun. There's no point I felt just genuinely frustrated at it. and because it runs natively on the headset, its tracking is at its peak. You can sometimes get a little jank with PC games in their tracking, but the Quest itself will work just fine for tracking your hands. It does have all the comfort options if you need them, but for the Quest 3, it is not that hard to get yourself used to the locomotion on it because of the way the lenses work. It's not nearly as bad as it has been in the past, and I actually recommend playing the game with full locomotion. So yeah, that is you need the crab for the turn.
Yeah, no, I had to find the crab.
Gotta be a bubble.
Be in the bubble. One, reverse it. Be crab, be bubble. And done.
So yeah, I strongly recommend the game. And Fern, if you are going to get a headset, because it gives you access to the full Quest exclusive library as well as the Steam one, I think the Quest is better for options. They removed the Facebook requirement from it, so you don't have to link it to your Facebook account if you don't want. They backpedaled on that pretty quickly. Once they realized nobody actually wants to link.
Nobody wants Zuckerberg attached to their face,
especially.
But it's the only way that he's going to get any friends.
That's how he learns how human expression works.
Yeah, you can tell it just load and pass through instead of loading up their stupid virtual home things Zuck tried to show off.
That thing is dreadful.
Yeah, it's like Steam Home, but worse.
Yeah,
the metaverse.
The metaverse.
And yeah, I would definitely recommend a new head strap though. It's its weakest point, and new hand straps are also helpful. Whether you want to go the earbud route is up to you. The headset I got leaves plenty of room for a traditional headset. Easily adjustable so that you can fit it on your head.
Yeah. Like, I've got a couple of pretty good pairs of earbuds, but I've also got the wireless cans, which also would be a good option.
Yeah, if you want the full wireless experience, though, your distance to your router is going to matter. Because the Quest has to talk to your computer first, and then it has to go to and it has to do that via your internet, and then it has to go to your computer. Your computer has to pull whatever information it needs and send it back through the router.
Okay.
So if your
I've got a wired router connection, so that should be okay on that front.
That'll be fine as long as it also has a Wi-Fi signal going out.
Which it do.
Yeah. So, because your headset has talk to router, router talks to computer, computer sends whatever information needs to go to the headset to the router, and then sends it back to your headset. The problem is distance, and it will add latency.
5 feet from my router.
Yeah, you would probably be fine.
5 feet, you'll be fine.
Even then, the distance is short enough; it may not matter. But
I'll play around with it anyway.
If you need help setting it up and you can get the particular router we used for a decent price, Ibu was able to walk me through it.
Yeah, actually, I just did remember that with the original Quest headsets, getting Steam to talk to it was a pain in the neck.
This one, Virtual Desktop, makes that a non-issue.
Oh, good.
So if you do the sign up thing, so before you make your account, contact me, and I'll give you a referral code that'll give you 60 Zuckbucks so you can get VDT for free.
Nice.
It has a button that is literally launch Steam VR.
That's what you want.
Once it's connected to your computer, and it'll just convert you into the Steam VR interface.
That's what it should have been in the first place.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that they've done that.
Yeah, well, that's Virtual Desktop, not Oculus. This is Virtual Desktop workaround.
Twitter thread of Temu network accessories like Wi-Fi stuff and that
Oh
And
no.
most of them were like plastic boxes with like a bit of like a piece of scrap metal inside that was like hot glued to the casing to give it some weight, and then a tiny little circuit board with an LED on it to run the LEDs, and that was all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
Don't buy anything you actually care about off Temu. It's like buying off eBay. If you don't read it very, very carefully, you might just get an empty box.
Yeah. If it doesn't cost an exorbitant amount on eBay, and even if it does, you're probably in for a bad time there.
Yeah. Don't.
I buy phone accessories from Temu, but that's because I buy Chinese phones, and so I can't get accessories. And like I've got quite a nice phone now. It's a Xiaomi what is it, 14T Pro, and it's actually very, very powerful for the price that I paid for it. It's about a $1,200, $1,300 phone, but it's about as powerful as sort of like the $1,800, $1,900 Samsung. But of course, you can't get any accessories for it in the West at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, depending on how full recharge you want to go with this, I can help you out with it, Fern. And you can do it in steps too. If you can just do the wired version if you don't have wireless setup yet.
Honestly, I prefer wireless. Like I've tried it with wired, and it's bad.
Well, it's a little obnoxious to get into VR with the wires, but
Yeah, as somebody who used wire trailing on the ground at great length, I don't recommend it.
yeah,
Yeah.
if you're gonna go the wired route, I would at least recommend some like $5 sticky ceiling hangers from I think it's called Kiwi that makes the good ones.
I'll probably get those off Amazon. Yeah.
But otherwise, you can get the router and go full retard wireless and ask Ebu for help hooking it up. Because
What would
Yeah.
we say if Tropic Thunder had not given us that phrase?
I'm sure we'd come up with
I
something.
don't know. We'd figure something out. Such
How
an
long ago was
underrated movie.
Tropic Thunder?
I'm not going to answer that question.
I need
It
to
was
know.
a while back.
Tropic Thunder, 2008.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought you'd say that. Back when movies could be good.
It's 17 years ago, man. 18,
I-
17?
Yeah, 17. Close enough anyway.
So yeah.
If I wanted to jump straight into VR right now, you've got the Quest S or the 3S, which is the
don't do
kind
that
of
one.
Well, yeah, the S stands for shitty.
Yeah, it is the El Cheapo
This for
version.
sucks.
Yeah,
This is for sucks.
It's the El Cheapo version. It's $100
Yeah.
cheaper, and they skimped on everything to save that $100.
Yeah. Like
The-
when you're talking that they've actually dropped the resolution per eye, it's like no. That's if anything you want on a VR headset, you want as much resolution as you can get.
Yeah, that definitely matters. So that's where we're at with the VR stuff on my end. I'm having a lot of fun with it, just picking up random games that whenever they go on sale, or some of the ones I've had in my library, just sitting around, and even just going back and poking at Alex again. Has been a ton of fun with the wireless headset.
Out of curiosity, what is a Quest 2 going for?
I wouldn't do that.
It's not, actually, so that's fine. It looks like they've almost ceased production of them.
I wouldn't be surprised if production has ceased entirely because we're out now. The Quest crap and the Quest 3 normal.
Yeah.
But yeah, Quest 3 has been
crap.
Quest 3 has been working great. The head strap replacement is pretty much mandatory, and running virtual desktop will drain the battery faster, so the expanded battery packs for the back are. But yeah,
there's a crab.
Let me know.
I can get the Quest 3 and the battery as a bundle for about $1,000 Australia bucks. So it's pricey, but
I would have to do some currency conversion because for me the headset is 300, and the strap is or rather the whole strap and battery apparatus that I used. I'll send you the links to the exact ones on the store for price comparison. But it
I wouldn't buy it; it would arrive here broken.
Yeah.
We don't have any
Yeah.
don't have any distribution centers.
Yeah. So those all those everything in total together probably ran me about 500, 550.
So yeah, still a bit higher end here, but yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna get the markup.
Yeah, I don't know how much of the cost increase is the overseas markup, and how much of it is just
Last I looked, it was about 60 Australian. No, hang on. Or I could just ask the internet. How about I do that?
because the official conversion rate is not going to accurately reflect what purchasing power is.
Yeah, here it is. So yeah, it was 60 cents to the Australian dollar.
Okay.
What happened to the Australian dollar?
Albo's still in office.
Oh, right.
We printed
Albanese.
we printed a whole lot of money. I would think that would have
Yeah.
hurt our currency more, but I guess not.
Well, there are too many Western economies that are dependent on the US economy, and we just slide along with them, basically.
Yeah, we'll get dragged along.
I'm sure Australia was ahead of the US dollar for a bit there.
Very briefly, yeah. Didn't last long.
Let's see, where am I? We're at 56 cents roughly. So I remember Australian dollar used to be pretty substantially ahead of the New Zealand dollar. Like, it used to be like about 25 cents on the dot, worth about 25 cents more of my money. But
Roughly, yeah.
I guess that's not really the case anymore. Yeah, we're still at 90 cents. You can buy 90
Yeah.
Australian cents per dollar. It used to be more like 76, 74.
Yeah.
So anyway,
That's all the VR stuff I got though, Fern. Just let me know before you make the purchase, especially if you're going to go the Quest 3 route, because you definitely want the free 60 bucks.
oh yeah. That's free games just
Also-
sitting right there.
Also, I get 60 bucks if you do it.
Yes.
So that's VR. I'll be continuing my adventures and have more full stories to report as the VR stuff continues. But now that I've covered all the setup stuff, won't have to go over that every time. So I've been having a lot of fun with it again. The move to full wireless was definitely the right move for invigorating my interest in VR. And the virtual desktop updates that have made connection to Steam VR from an Oculus headset completely painless are also a huge help. Does take some jiggering if you want to go the full retard setup, but that's to be expected. And it was less painful than it could have been, especially because I had somebody to walk me through the hard part.
Nice.
That's all my week stuff. Fern, tell us what you've been doing the past few weeks.
All right. Well, there's been a whole bunch of stuff which I'm not going to talk about on the show. So I'm going to skip over all of that because there's been a lot of really big stuff going on in my neck of the woods. But again, it's not nerd stuff, so I'm not going to worry about it.
It's not going to result in any radical changes to your life.
Yeah, it will.
Oh, okay. Does that mean you're going to disappear again?
Maybe.
Anyway, we'll figure it out later.
We'll talk to you guys about that later. But anyway, so sticking with the nerdery stuff, and I think I'll start on anime, and I kind of went down just a weird rabbit hole, and just started watching the really.
Months.
I know, right? Just watching really dumb stuff again.
Oh.
So I did Mashal just before we broke up, and then I did Kimono Michi again because, I mean, as far as dumb anime goes, that's probably top of the fence.
Is that the one with the luchador?
That's the one with the luchador.
I really like Shigure in that one. Like, I feel bad for her, but
I mean,
she's always trying her best.
Yeah. But to a certain degree, she kind of brought all that mess on herself.
Yeah, she does bring it upon herself, but it's not like she's doing anything particularly strange or like she wants money, but anybody that poor is going to want money.
Yes. So her motives are understandable. I would
I
feel
feel-
more sorry for the princess, but no.
I don't feel sorry for the princess. The princess, the princess has earned through sheer stupidity her place in the world.
She's completely dogged on actually just trying to rope him into doing something he doesn't want to do.
She has exactly one way of thinking, and it's the only tool she's got. And when all you have is a hammer,
Yep. You end up looking like a nail. That's how you suplex. So yeah, after that, then I've been going down, and I've just since Digimon Ghost Stories or finished its run, I've been going back through that, and that's been a weird ride. So
On Ghost. Why am I brain farting?
I, it is. Hang on, it's not actually Ghost Stories. It is the most recent one. It is Ghost Game. Sorry.
Okay.
Basically, they say the world has got holograms now, and there's hologram ghosts because Digimon are hologram ghosts now. That's it. They don't elaborate on that any further. And basically, it's hostile Digimon of the week causes a problem, and the three heroes solve it. The end.
I remember.
if the holograms, how do they cause problems?
Don't ask questions.
I remember when we had Digimon series where Agumon Digivolved when the protagonist punched something.
Oh yeah, that did happen, didn't it?
That was a weird series.
Yeah. This one is just some of the less popular Digimon just running around causing problems. Like apparently Petermon exists. Nobody knows that, but basically he's Peter Pan if he was a Digimon. Also a pervert.
Anybody that hangs around children in spandex like that and wants to take them to Neverland, that there are red flags, and then there are flashing neon red flags.
Yeah, that one is flashing neon with sirens.
And then there is you allegedly ending your life hanging from a bed sheet in a cell because all the cameras failed at the same time for some reason.
Ugh, that just got dark. So yeah, also you have much later on in the series, you have another May Crackmon turn up, and it turns out that that one is the crack in its name stands for cracked in the head, basically.
All the main Kunmons are ever since Try. They're just typed as this Insanomon with clear mental issues.
Yeah. Even though this one didn't actually evolve from a Meikumon, so which made it even worse because the thing it did evolve from was disturbing and clingy. So yeah, it's a ride. It some episodes are just really dumb and goofy, some are wholesome, and then others are just genuinely creepy. So if you like Digimon, I still recommend you give it a go.
Man, they're just gonna abandon Try and never ever finish that story, aren't they? Because the movie series ended on such a cliffhanger.
Didn't they finish it? I thought they went back and finished it.
Oh, they finished the Try series as Try. But
yeah, I think there's like
in the
6 movies on that line now.
As the last episode wrapped, though, or the last movie wrapped, it had Evil Genai escape at the end, and nothing to do with the major villain was wrapped up. And it was clearly setting up for a sequel trilogy or something that never happened.
Right. That's right.
It's been like a decade now, so it's just we're never gonna figure out what the deal with any of that crap was.
Nope. So I hope you didn't like conclusions, I guess. So yeah, that's basically been anime. It's just been going down weird rabbit holes. There were a few others in there, but honestly, that was like pick something out of a list, think this looks interesting, and oh no, it's not. It's kind of bad. And honestly, I can't remember half of them. So let's move on. As for gaming,
As a coda to that, what mechanism are you using to watch it these days?
I am using a Bob.
Hi, Bob.
It is Hi Bob.
They've been having a lot
Hi,
of
Bob.
issues the past week.
Well, unfortunately, when the news came out that they were more popular than Disney Plus, that just attracted more attention.
They shouldn't have announced that.
Yeah, I think.
Well, they didn't announce it. Somebody else announced it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because honestly, your choice is go for a Bob or you go for Crunchyroll, and that's maybe Netflix.
Yeah,
and that's your choices.
I went to their website today actually, to go peruse what's been out and look for something to jump onto. Like, oh, I could watch something, and they were down. So, oh, that plan's screwed. And so I went some digging around on the Reddits and readers, and apparently when they dropped a new episode of Solo Leveling on their website, it crashed the site.
Right.
The traffic.
Oh yeah, I did watch Solo Leveling.
I've heard that series is like basically attempting to be a perfectly generic platonic unit of wish fulfillment isekai, but it seems to be outrageously popular.
Yeah, I've heard
it is.
There's literally nothing special about it or the original manhwa, but it just does what it does. Okay,
but there wasn't
that people don't care.
There wasn't about Sword Art Online either, though, was there? And that was basically a paradigm shift.
Yeah.
Despite being incredibly mediocre.
Generic to the height of genericness, yes. Also with and I've said it before, the least fulfilling bad guy motivation ever.
I wanted to see what would happen.
No, not even that, just, yeah.
They try and expand on it later, but I lost patience with it before I found out what was really going on.
It wasn't until season 2 or something. No, season 2 was dreadful. Don't talk about season 2.
Like I made it like 3/4 of the way through the Ellicization arc, and then I was like, I can't. This has become nauseating. I can't actually tolerate this anymore. Like when you are so enamored of your main couple that you make your leading lady into a literal goddess just basically to pump her up even more. Well, at this point, it's just starting to get a bit cringe. It's like, I think you might be in love with your own character a little bit too much.
It's a bit, yeah.
Like, the only parts of SAR I remember actually liking involved none of the couple stuff between Kirito and Asuna, and none of the Kirito stuff. So there was one arc that did that. That was the only one I remember actually watching because I wanted to see what happened next. Everything else was just
turned into a sword.
Oh, he did turn into a sword.
Yeah.
I did like. I will confess to having enjoyed Gun Gale Online. I did not.
Gun Gale's just
really
dumb fun, honestly.
Yeah, largely because there was no Kirito. Like Kirito is sort of like a peripheral phenomenon that people are vaguely aware of, rather than the center of the universe.
Yeah.
I think that's sort of that. I think that's more resonant in some sense for me, because the reality is that there is no like personality in gaming that forms the center of discourse anymore. That's not a thing. There are lots and lots of popular personalities who farm their own little cults, but the world doesn't orbit around them. And try to tell a story as though that's the case, like say, Full Dive VR MMO X is the game everybody is playing, and everybody just happens to know this one guy. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. If it's the most popular thing, then social circles are going to be too broad for everybody to know this one guy. That's not a thing. It's not the way the world works. And now that everybody knows that from experience, it just rings even more hollow. That, like, why is this guy such a big deal? There's always going to be some autistic kid in China who's better.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a puzzle here, but I'm being dumb at the moment, so I'm not going to worry about it.
It's already lit up. I solved that one earlier.
Yeah, that one's already lit up. So yeah, that's a lot of the reason why I didn't get into Sword Art Online is because it was just generic and it didn't make a whole lot of sense. And honestly,
those things are definitely true, but they were slightly less true at the time in the sense that there were less imitators.
Yep.
But
Now
I think that
there's
that
isekai
story,
everywhere.
that story's at its best when it's not taking itself seriously.
Yeah.
Like the isekai generally, like Konosuba is just generally better than most of its competitors. And well, the ones that I like are the ones that don't take themselves too seriously. If you're going to go the full dive route, then I like Bofuri better. If you're going to go classic isekai, then I like Konosuba and Combatants Will Be Dispatched better and that type of thing. I think that this is just a change in tastes generally. Even the ones that are silly, like their drama comes off better. Like, oh, what was it called? There's the one with the other useless goddess. What's her name? The one about the guy who's ridiculously prepared for everything and always overgrinds.
Cautious Hero.
Yeah, like that one even did drama better. Like perhaps because it had the advantage of contrast, but like the ones that don't compete seriously, I feel tend to end up doing better, in my estimation.
Yeah, just have fun with it. But yeah, I really fell off the Sword Art Online wagon when they adopted a fairy as a child, and that took up like 4 episodes of just.
Oh, that's the only episodes I liked. If it's the one
the
with
ones about Yui.
Yui and Asuna,
Yeah,
and no Kirito.
But she just becomes a massive plot tumor from then on, which doesn't make any sense. Like everything that Yui ever does becomes a plot hole, because it's like you're just this AI. Why are you suddenly like basically a magic fairy? This doesn't make any sense. AIs don't do that. AIs just can't spell strawberry correctly. Like that's what AIs do.
Yeah. So yeah, Sword Art Online is bad. But yeah, you're right about solo leveling. It is just completely generic.
But it's so outrageously popular. But I almost like the discourse around it has been a bit strange. I feel like a lot of the people that like it, they don't like it for any of its intrinsic properties. They like it because other people will disdain them for liking it. It's very perverse.
I've been tempted to take a look at it just to understand the snippets of discourse I see around about it, but
yeah,
I have not yet. My curiosity has not grown to that point.
Yeah, I've watched it through, and it's like it's generic. What it does do, it's well trodden ground, but it still does it pretty well. But it's like, we've seen this before though.
If it's a case of execution where it's generic but it executes well, I could understand that.
Yeah, that's how I kind of got to it. It's like, yeah, it was good, and I didn't think it was a complete waste of time. But
have they managed to tamp down on the incest anime this season?
I'm afraid to look.
I'm like, if that was just a fad that came and went, then it would be, oh well, that's just a fad that came and went. It's kind of disturbing. I don't really understand it, but okay. But the fact that it's persisted now for years and years on end as an ongoing theme is a bit worrying.
Yeah, like it'll go quiet for a few seasons, and then suddenly it'll come back with vengeance.
If it did go quiet for a few seasons, I wouldn't be disturbed. The reality is, it hasn't.
No.
There's always not one but several every season that flirt with those same themes, and I'm really confused because it's really strange. I hope it's not manifesting anywhere outside that space.
I have, ever since it started to become a trend and has locked in as a trend, I have elected to pretend that they don't exist.
Because, all right, let's see.
Because doing any form of acknowledgement of these things is My brain says no.
Well, I have no sisters, so for me, it's a sociological phenomenon to examine in morbid curiosity because it's got literally no ties to my real life.
Yeah, let's see. There's one about newlyweds in high school. What?
Well, I think that one's like it's sort of like an old school phenomenon. Like it's sort of like lots of people these days are talking about the idea that it might be a good idea to go back to arranged marriages since nobody appears to be capable of finding themselves a partner these days, and that's sort of like the fertile soil for that. But I understand that one's a story about basically these two parents engaged these two high schoolers uh, to marry, but they already dislike each other, but they decide to accept it, but they have basically got to get used to living together type of thing. It's a very very old trope from like the early 2000s. It's being hashed out again.
I think it reminds me.
I see.
It reminds me of the whole gag of relationships in OG Ranma, which was just Akane and Rama being.
No, Ranma and Akane were a little bit of a different situation because neither of them wanted to be in any kind of relationship whatsoever.
I see.
Like they were annoyed at the very presence of the other, not as a known quantity, but as an unknown quantity. But the scenario here is that they know each other already, and they already don't like each other, and then they get told that now they're going to get smashed together.
I see.
But there's been a certain amount of burbling about that online, but
all right, I'm not seeing any straight up incest ones, but here's a weird one about Natame isekai who falls in love with her own reincarnated father.
That counts.
That seems worse.
That's adding extra steps. Is that definitely true?
That is setting off the same alarm bells. It counts.
It is. Let's see. There's another one about someone who uses an online store in the isekai world. I mean, as cheesy as it was, campfire cooking I actually enjoyed, which is basically that plot.
Well, it was just a food porn show.
Basically, yeah.
Did you ever?
It was just wholesome.
Fern, did you ever watch ReZero?
ReZero, no, actually, it's never really appealed to me.
All I need is for Ari to be able to convince me that the payoff will be worth the first season.
For season 2, it is just to see if the story ended at season 2, it would not be a fully satisfying ending, but it wraps the arc up very good. You can get some payoff from season. Although
I just hated the first part of the story, like it was just so banal.
There's no getting around the first 18 episodes.
And the lead is just such an annoying pain in the backside.
The whole story is about him improving as a human being, not he never gets.
Yeah, I would like for him to improve maybe about 30% faster.
It hits a lot harder if you suffer through the 18 episodes of him being a total twat, and when he finally starts to act more like a human being, when he goes through any kind of growth, every step feels monumental because you had to suffer through what he was before.
Yeah, but it's got that sort of weird sideline of him knowing that there's something wrong with him, that he's effed in the head, and yet he just doesn't care.
Yeah, it's heavily foreshadowed magic is involved throughout all of season 2, pretty much. Although I don't know if the author's actually committed to how he wants to finalize that.
And that's another thing, like, because like this is what sort of internally I think of as like the Lost phenomenon, where you've created a mystery and you don't have a solution to it.
Yeah, he is taking so long to write the light novels that I don't know if he knows where he's going.
Yeah, all right. So aside from that really weird Otome one, I'm not actually seeing straight up incest this season, which means next season's going to double down on it.
Could be, yeah.
That's how it usually goes.
I don't know what is driving this. Like it must be societal dysfunction writ large.
There's got to be a market for it, otherwise they wouldn't be making them.
There are clearly not enough people in the world that have brothers and sisters to pull their friend aside that's about to write this crap and go, look.
Well,
Oh,
well, I mean, if birth rates drop generally, there's going to be less people with siblings and more people who don't have an idea of what a sibling relationship looks like. I mean, if you look at the phenomenon where nobody can conceptualize a platonic same-sex friendship in certain quarters, surely you've noticed everybody
Yes.
is gay.
Yes.
Then there's no reason to believe that it's impossible for that phenomenon to bleed over into siblings as well.
Yeah. For those of you
Because people are just dumb and bad.
that oh dear, Fern doing this challenge has caused my character to go auto walk off into the sky.
That's okay. I'm completely stuck.
Yeah, the game appears to have just had a
I also got the wrong character selected for this sort of challenge, so there's that too.
I'm wondering if it will fix itself when the timer runs out.
We'll see.
But
Anywho,
for those of you that don't have siblings, this is not at all anything I can describe with words. The gut alarm bell reaction to seeing this garbage. It is
just how nope it is.
Yes, it is an instinctual no. That just goes no, bad idea, stop.
Oh hell no.
Yes, it is. It is basically a fat black lady in the back of your head going, "Oh hell no!"
Yeah. Oh, I got camera
who doesn't,
I'm coming
doesn't
down.
react appropriately gets the you need Jesus.
Yes.
Need more than Jesus.
There is no rational anything when it comes to this. It is just an feeling that cannot be described adequately because we have not contrived English words for it of just no.
There is not a word that is no enough.
Yes.
Yeah, see, I don't have any visceral reaction because I don't have any point of reference because I have no sisters. So it's like, to me, it's an intellectual phenomenon. It's like, yes, I know from every conceivable philosophical, intellectual, social, and etc. angle, all of the reasons that it is bad and wrong, but I don't get the gut reaction because I don't have any index for it.
Yeah. All right. As far as gaming goes, I know we had a big gap, but I didn't do a whole lot of gaming. I did go down a bit of an Ark rabbit hole at one point because the friends dragged me along. Oh, that game wasted your time.
But Madodos.
Oh, Madodos. So this is on the remake of Ark, by the way, now, which is even worse for your system resources.
Yeah.
But as a result of that, I was able to identify a couple of things to upgrade and fix on my computer. So that was handy. That, if you recall, before we broke up, I was having this weird hang-up, graphics card hang-up.
You are always having some weird hardware hang-up. I thought that I was the person who had the most hardware trouble with their hardware, but you blew my previous experience out of the water with the frequency you have to replace parts. Is it just the amount of dust in your environment? Like, what the hell, man?
Well, in the case of that first graphics card that I had to replace before this one, it was just a dud unit. But in this case, it wasn't actually the graphics card that the problem was. It was the Corsair RGB software.
What?
It did an upgrade and it wrecked everything.
Oh my goodness, I have that installed.
Yeah. If you don't have one of the headsets, you're okay.
Okay, I don't have the headset. I got a mount. I got a keyboard.
Because they added a new feature, from what I can tell, that adds fancy lighting features. Which when you program it in
headset.
No, you can't. It's pointless. And
what are you supposed to? Oh, is this a streamer thing? Like, I don't understand.
Maybe.
Oh, is it the app that has like the in-house mixer and stuff built into it too, with equalizers and the sound effects and all that garbage?
I think it does. I never dug that deep into it.
Yeah, don't use that. It's a system hog.
Yeah, the new feature adds basically you assign a moving graphic to your RGB profile,
What?
which on the screen looks like a fancy moving graphic. On your headset, it just makes your lights pulse weirdly.
How do
So
you
I don't know what the
You
whole
can't see
idea
it.
of this was. You can't even see it. You're wearing the headset. So I just uninstalled that, and that solved that problem.
My
Yeah.
computer just
The
made
other
the USB
thing,
disconnect noise, and I don't know why.
yeah. The other thing I
It sounds
replaced
like you
is
guys
the
can still hear me.
old. Ugh. Yeah, I replaced my old HDD finally.
Oh, you
Got rid of that.
You finally on an SSD?
I'm finally on full SSDs.
Don't have.
M2 or standalone ones?
Standalones.
Okay.
My boot drive is
just-
an M2.
I just attached two M2s to my my motherboard, and then I never installed any other drives on this particular build. It's like I if I have space, I sort of end up feeling compelled to fill it because I feel I can always just add more drives later. But if I use M2s, then I think of it as just, oh well, the computer has this much capacity, and then I don't just download needless crap all the time. So it's actually worked out better for me.
Yeah. This motherboard I've got actually is kind of weird because I've had it for a few years. It's got one NTFS M2 slot and one other one, but nobody makes the other ones anymore.
Yeah, M2 went through a lot of iterations relatively early on, and some of the really old ones aren't really compatible anymore. And there are some entire formats that are like M2 that are not M2 that have been completely discontinued.
Yeah.
Sort of like if you went all in on HD DVD.
Yeah, and they tend not to play very nice with each other either. So I've only got the one functional M2 slot, so I can't really put another one in there.
Yeah,
But
at the time that I built this one, I bought one like really premium top of the line M2 to be the boot drive, and one sort of more standard M2 to be the file storage drive. And so I sort of gave my computer about 2 terabytes worth of space and then just called it good. And that's been enough, basically. I don't have enough time to play games that I would want to install a million of them at once or anything like that. And I've stopped downloading everything that I see.
Yeah, this isn't the age of torrenting anymore. So my CPU usage, despite the radically increased size of video games, to comical levels at this point.
Yeah.
I actually have more free hard drive space just because I don't torrent everything anymore.
Yeah. Did I mention I have Arc installed on my system? That's like nearly a terabyte on its own. Ridiculous.
What are they doing with all that space?
Not optimizing
Dodos?
it. All the dodos.
It's just filled with dodos.
Yeah, thankfully, actually, the new version that when they do the next big version update, they're going to uninstall the maps you're not using. So that's at least something.
Yeah. That sounds like something that's going to break things.
Are they not procedurally generated?
No, they're not.
Huh.
So if you're not using a map, we'll have it installed.
I sort of assumed that it would be procedurally generated for a game like that, because it seems to be the thing these days.
They tried it back with the original and it was dreadful. And then they never went back to it because Wildcard Games is probably one of the worst developers I've ever seen. They're an absolute mess. Like, if you recall, they released the game Atlas. The pirate, it's basically Ark except pirate ships. Actually, it's not even basically Ark. When it first launched, it still had Ark's UI built into it. But they just quietly shuttered that game, turned the servers off, and said nothing about it a couple of months back. So, yeah.
See.
Anywho, beyond that, I haven't actually played a whole lot of Genshin. It's just been a fall back into my old comfort zones and chill kind of period.
Motorbikes.
I know.
Motorbike.
I do. Oh, I did get motorbike.
Because he's Fern.
Yeah, but I got shafted on the weapon.
Fern.
By most people's standards, your investment does not qualify as getting shafted.
Yeah,
true.
It went well over 20,000 Jade for being involved to get Weekend.
Yeah, I came at it with nearly full pity and got it on the first pity. So, but yeah, unfortunately, because I haven't played a whole lot of Genshin, and what I have played has been stuck in jail.
You're still in jail. You're
And
still in the big house.
Well, I got out of jail. I left the jail just in time for Nouvellette to show up behind me and do something cool. And then I had to leave jail. And then I go back to jail again now.
Oh, you're doing the side quest in jail now.
Yes.
You don't have to do that yet.
Oh, this is not the side quest. This is the main line bit where it's go back, talk to Risley again, and presumably officially get released.
Oh, okay. I think I recall something like that. Yeah, that side quest in the jail is part of the Greater Fontaine mega side quest.
I still haven't
Yeah.
done it. No spoilers.
Yeah, so you'll be there a while for that one.
What I played in the jail, that jail bit honestly dragged.
Yeah,
I liked it. I
just-
feel like if you're going to jail, you can't just be you know whip in and whip out, because if you do that, then you're not going to have the feeling like you went to jail at all.
But would it hurt to make the elevators actually make sense? Make it easier, a bit less annoying to navigate?
I guess I didn't use them. I just worked out which was the right teleport point and used all of those from then on.
Yeah, I probably should have done that, but I figured, okay, I'll be here for a couple of hours tops. I'm not going to worry about it. I
No.
regret that decision.
My experience with the jail was soured because I did the side quest first.
Okay.
Don't do the side quest first.
No.
It popped up with a warning, and the warning confused me and made me do the side quest first, and this was a bad idea.
Listen to the warnings.
Number one, you're going to be in that jail for fucking ever if you do that. Number two, the side quest just assumes you know things about the jail that you don't.
Am I correct in assuming that you
what's underneath it?
ignore? Am I correct in assuming that you ignore all tutorial pop-ups in Hoyo games because the text is useless?
Largely, yes.
It is.
Well, speaking to Ari primarily, because basically based on Honkai Star Rail 3.0, the impression that I get is that the general Hoyo policy is that all side quests follow the primary quest for the patch.
Yeah.
Like chronologically. This literally never do a side quest before the main story.
Yeah.
Because I had this experience that I had accidentally did several steps of side quest at one point and then main quest at one point, and all the tutorials and how to do the stuff that I fumbled my way through in the side quest that I was doing on accident, all the tutorials appeared during the main quest for those functions, meaning that they just assumed that you did the main quest first. That's the fundamental assumption in Hoyo games. You always did the main quest first. The side quests always come later. So don't ever do side quests first, because they will spoil you on things.
Yeah, I did not know this at the point when I got to Fontaine, because I was only playing Genshin at the time and was still back to Hoyo games. So I did not process this, and when I saw a big warning pop up on the screen, I was like, "Oh, better do that."
It's sort of almost an over courtesy, like they're warning you about the new state of affairs. Nowadays, they don't pop up those warnings really very often at all, but they are still sort of like noted in your quest log. Oh, this one's banned for the time being. But you can, now that they've implemented the tech to just sort of shift world state to whichever quest you want, it's sort of not necessary anymore.
Yeah, it just won't make a whole lot of sense. So yeah. Unfortunately, doing the mandatory run through jail is a bit of a primo gem route. So
Yeah, because
you get a few while you're in there, but not much.
You spend a lot of time becoming a grizzled inmate. Like
Yeah.
the idea of Paimon trying to be a sort of a tough grizzled prison inmate, I find highly amusing for some reason.
It doesn't work. I'm still trying to get a beat on Risley though. He's an interesting character.
You'll get a little bit in his character quest.
He's just sort of generally kind of a reasonably stand-up guy. Like there's not he has a bit of an unpleasant past in some respects, but it's not really his fault in any particular way. And generally speaking, he's just sort of a good guy.
Yeah, he's also
He's
big and
almost
scary.
he's basically one of the most normal people you'll meet in Fontaine, pretty much.
That's probably why he seems a bit off.
Everybody else is sort of like a weirdo in one way or another, or crazy autistic in one way or another. And generally speaking, despite his bad origins, Bryce is basically a well-balanced individual who's fairly normal.
That's where they are.
Whoops! I just nut landed.
You had a Natland moment?
I had a Natland moment.
Right, so he's getting another banner soon. He's the next banner
nice.
up, I believe.
Yeah, because
are they going to fix Cryo yet?
Nope.
Nope.
Sitlali's an incredibly powerful, probably bar none the best melt support in the game at the moment. However, this does not do anything for Cryo as Cryo. Like Cryo is still in the doghouse. Sitlali's an unbelievably powerful Cryo support who only helps Hydro and Pyro characters.
Yes, she's not going to do anything for your Cryo on fielder that's actually running a team around.
Shinhei does though, right? Shinhei still works? Or is Shinhei still reaction based?
I think Shinhei is reaction based, but she prefers to have a Cryo driver.
She also doesn't exist. When was the last time they did a banner for her?
She's going to be selectable on the Liyue selectable banner for
They had to change. Yeah, she'll be out as soon as the Mavuika banner's over. But they had to change the rules for appearances on those banners so Shinhei could show up. Because
I was gone.
Oh, you're supposed to have X number of reruns before you're allowed to be on those selectable banners. And Shinhei had not.
Shinhei has not had a banner since her original release, if I recall.
Had one rerun, I think.
I'm really kind of bewildered about that. Like Shinhei is supposed to be, story wise, she's supposed to be kind of a brute. Basically, she's unbelievably strong. Doesn't really know her own strength. Like Adeptus level power in a human body, etc. Just solves problems with violence because she doesn't know any better. That type of thinking, and she's a support.
Yeah. I feel like I shouldn't be going this way any further because I suspect I'm going to get hijacked if I go much further that way.
Oh, where are we? At the research institute? Yeah, you're going to get hijacked if we go.
Let's go elsewhere.
We explored the south end of the map yet? Let's see.
Let's see.
You still got like all the Mort region and the Barrel region and the forest to do. Those places are much safer.
I feel like that Hoyo sort of snookered themselves in that regard anyway, because like Shinhei has pretty high waifu power and they never tapped any of it simply by not giving her any banners ever.
I like how they released the skin for her last year.
Yeah, it's like quite a nice skin. So she's a good-looking character, and they gave her a gorgeous dress, and nobody owns her, so nobody bought that skin.
Hoyo, you didn't think that one through, did you?
Bizarre behavior all around.
I think I might actually grab her as my choice.
Well,
I know Cryo's.
It's not a freebie one. It's a you have to roll on it, but you select one of
rate up. You choose which rate up.
Yeah, so she's not a freebie.
They've got a list of characters, which is basically Liyue characters and Childa, and you pick which one you want to be on rate up for that banner. Usually people don't pull on these unless there's someone that they've been jonesing for a long time. Like last time it was end user license agreement. This time it'll probably be Shinhei. Perhaps
because she'll probably never come back
been
again.
on the shelf for a while. Yeah, after this, I don't know when she'll come back. She's just sort of doesn't really have a place in the game system right now. So bringing her back wouldn't have made a lot of sense because only the Shinhei faithful would have pulled for her, which is why there's no commercial case to bring her back. But on a banner like the Liyue banner, they've got no reason not to, really. Because there's going to be some people that want to. I'm very curious as to who's going to put Chi-Chi on rate up. Like, I mean, there'll probably be somebody. But I'm not really sure why you would do that.
Are there enough players in this game to let law of large numbers?
But yeah, the new psychotherapist Girl is going to be on the banner for the next cycle. Risley's going to be on the banner. Farina's going to be on the banner. I forget who the fourth one is. Can't remember offhand.
Not Fishwife, is it?
But yeah, no, it's not Fishwife. This is the opportunity for Farina non-havers to become Farina havers, though.
Yeah, this is what I'm going to be throwing my shot at. Hopefully, I will have enough to scoop a draft and a Fishwife. And a Nailu if she comes at an opportune time.
Nailu never comes at an opportune time. She's like you and Mia.
Why did she have to go up against Navia last time? Like, even if I had the currency on our last banner, I would have probably pulled for more Navias instead.
Because of that.
I mean,
that artificial
Navia is
defect to make
Navia
you
is
pull.
top tier waifu.
I don't really rate Navia as a waifu. She's all right. She's all right. She has a reasonably proper and complete character arc that I feel is believable, but that's where my interest in her sort of terminates.
I have a type. Blonde girls in frilly dresses with big hats. I saw a post when I was trying to figure out what the deal with the adventuring thing I was talking about earlier on the Reddit. That was just, oh no, guys, I think I have a type, and he posts a picture of Navia and Lisa, and people are just like, what, girls with big hats?
Yep.
Yeah, hats.
Hats.
And
Absolutely
nothing else.
Get your mind out of the gutter. All right. What else do I do for gaming? Not much, frankly. Although I have to admit, I'm being tempted by Dynasty Warriors Origins.
I don't know. I'm sort of immediately, if something names itself Origins, it loses like 15 points on a 10-point scale. It's like you've just shown yourself to be demonstrably creatively bankrupt.
It is like one of the most generic subtitles you can give a game, admittedly, but it is reviewing well. It is basically being finally we get a Dynasty Warrior game after 8 Empires. It's been that long since we got a Dynasty Warriors game.
My opinion is Dynasty Warriors gets better the closer it gets to Sengoku Basara. Like, the more absurd and comic book retarded it becomes, the better. I don't have much truck with serious treatments of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Like, it's not a historical tale, it's a historical epic. It's supposed to be over the top.
Yep.
Like, without stories like that, we never would have ended up with wuxia the way we have today. So you should respect your position as the inheritor of that spirit.
Yes. There is no such thing as too over the top in wuxia. That's one of the things that does slow me down a little bit on Dynasty Warriors Origins is apparently they have toned down the silliness a bit.
So they're always trying to be gritty because they think it'll appeal to the Western audience? The answer is no.
Yeah. No.
That's not what we're here for.
Get enough of the pretty stuff. Media, if we really wanted it.
We want that. We want to kill 900 people to the sound of an 80s rock ballad. That's what we're here for.
Hell yeah. With a chair, if possible.
Oh, that thing's a side
But
quest. Don't go near that.
It doesn't really matter what you use. Just you use something that is inappropriate for use as a weapon. That's all you're really asking for.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, I'm jonesing for a Dynasty Warriors game. Like a proper, fun Musu game.
I keep whinging in the whatchamacallit, the ZZZ feedback forums is you guys should put in like a co-op Muso mode.
Yes. Do it.
Because if it's Muso, then nobody's going to be too fussed about the netcode.
We're used to terrible netcode in Muso games. It's fine. Whoopsie. Hang on. I'm trying to line up on this Cureless, and this wind is really making it hard. There we go. I don't think that's how I was supposed to do it, but Natland.
I just
Yeah,
see
I
you
might
kind
grab
of
it.
floating
It's
backwards,
a-
Fern. You appear to be stuck in
yes.
the air.
I know. I seem to have encountered some sort of odd mechanic here. I think it'll actually drop if I go back over here, though.
About to say, did you try to use the Natland powers off of the jellyfish?
Maybe.
That thing is a
to
quest.
this-
Don't go near that if you don't want to get kidnapped.
Yeah, that looks like a
To-
kidnapping over there.
As much
I got
as
the cue list. We're good.
as much as I like the Fate franchise, to this day there has never been a Musou game that I enjoyed as much as Sengoku Basara. Like, I feel Sengoku Basara incorporates the very essence of the Musou game. It's just retardedly silly.
Yeah.
But very, very fun.
Warriors
I-
Orochi also kind of hits that itch for me.
It tries. I feel like it falls slightly short simply because it's tied to other things that do take themselves seriously.
Yeah.
Warriors Orochi is
can
pretty
do.
pretty close, but internally, like there are certain stages in Warriors Orochi I think are extremely good. Like the one where you get sort of flim-flammed into helping Goemon rob a castle.
Oh yes.
And you're playing as like Zhang Fei, and you run into your daughter, and your daughter thinks that you've turned to the dark side basically and need to be disciplined because you're helping Goemon rob the castle. Like it's just that's the sort of story I think that is just like my peak expectations for the genre.
Yeah. Well, actually, if you go with the latest Warriors Orochi, which is a few years old at this point, it's like Lu Bu's turning Super Saiyan just so he can fight a magical girl.
Yeah, the sort of the addition of the weird magical girls and that was a little bit. I don't really know what they're going for here. It doesn't really feel like it meets up with the tone perfectly. It's kind of strange.
It was just incredibly stupid, is what it was. And you know
It
what?
was interesting seeing Lu Bu go Super Saiyan. I sort of like I like how the characters are sort of kind of cognizant of the fact that Lu Bu is a boogeyman and that the players are going to be rather troubled by the idea of a Lu Bu that is even more Lu Bu than regular Lu Bu.
Yeah. That's
So they
the
sort of
last
react
thing anyone
accordingly.
needs.
Like, Lu Bu was bad enough before he became a Super Saiyan.
Yeah. I just really appreciated that every character who did get a transformation, it was based on something completely different. Like Lu Bu got Super Saiyan, and there was the magical girl who was, I forget her name. But there was also like a devil trigger in there and a few other things.
What was the devil trigger Nobunaga? Because
I think it was.
it usually is.
Yeah, I think it was Nobunaga who got devil trigger.
Oh no, that reminds me. The Zoomers in my periphery have been pestering me about how Fortnite is getting Dante, and that's why I need to play it.
I saw that. I was like, is Ari going to buckle? Is he going to buckle? Because
That's as close
this
as
could
you
go
can
either
get.
way.
It is probably not going to happen as long as the people around me shut up.
They won't shut up though. If they play Fortnite, they will not shut up.
Yeah, they're all young kids. The fact that I would effectively be playing chaperone to a bunch of idiot Zoomers if I was to engage in Fortnite whatsoever beyond logging in, purchase the Dante skin, and log back out.
Just don't. Not even once. Do not.
It's put the kibosh on that. I hope. When it comes to Dante, I can't tell it myself. I have no idea what I'll do.
Ugh.
Links I will go to for that man.
He is a beautiful, beautiful man.
I'm not sure beautiful is the
But-
right word. But
No, I feel
he
like
gives
it's
him passes.
appropriate here because it makes it funnier that way.
It does. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's Fortnite, and you should not Fortnite. Fortnite is for children.
anyway, that was a tangent.
Right. Really, that's basically it for my game. I want, and I need to sink some time into, playing Armored Core, but I just haven't had time to attack that yet.
All right,
It's sitting there. It is taunting me.
Armored Core worked for you as a gift.
It did. Steam seems to have sorted their gifting out for the moment.
No, they haven't. Believe me, they haven't.
Yeah, no, it still fights me with Vol.
Okay. I must have been getting extremely lucky then.
Particular combinations of games and persons and countries and that don't work. Like, it's still just as bad. It's not as bad as it was at its peak, but it's still pretty bad.
Yeah. They did sort a lot of it out. But it didn't take me too long to figure out gifts for you guys, thankfully.
I got mostly from people this year. I got freaking visual novels. I'm like, we're not going to have the time to read all these.
Yeah, but your wish list is full of them. That's why.
Yeah, but you don't have to go all the way to the bottom of the wish list. Like, come on.
In my case, it was like that's the Fate Stay Night remake. That's kind of a no-brainer.
That's a pretty particular one. I'm not sure where I would even start because I really don't like the Fate route. It's just not. It's not very compellingly written, but you sort of got to do it, and it's like, that's what always gets in the way of me reading it again.
Oh goodness!
Glowy thing. Why is there a glowy thing?
One.
No, not that glowy thing. It's just a glowy thing in the water down here.
Oh, it's a zoomy point. Phase through your ice.
Yeah, it's doing weird things to the ice. Anyway, I'm going to leave my week at that. Or month, I suppose, at this point.
Yeah. So, Vol, your week.
Oh, where was I? What planet was I on? This week was rough. I'm still stuck for pretty much all of January. I'm going to be stuck in the position of doing my entire senior team's work by myself. So I'm tired all the time. Even if my day isn't particularly long relative to some of the worst days, the constant changing of gears between my managerial work and my...
Oh, yep, I see it now.
Managerial work.
My managerial work and the lab work that needs to be done is causing me mental exhaustion. So I was pretty taxed throughout most of this week and wasn't able to focus very well and tended to keep dozing and that kind of thing because my brain was just stretched so thin I could see through it. But there's no end in sight for that, and my schedule for the upcoming months is a bit nasty. I have like 3 different method verifications, validations to do. I've got this month I'm covering like 3 different people. Next month I'm allegedly got jury service. Month following that I've got internal audit. Month following that I've got external audit. Month following that I'm going to have to do corrective actions for that audit. So basically, things are not going to cool down for me until June at best. I'm going to have an incredibly painful first half of the year. But, yeah, so it was like that. Unless I can find another freaking job, I don't know. The job market ain't great. So, I hold my breath on that one. Gaming-wise, I feel like I'm sort of over-blessed for content right now to the point where I'm drowning in it. I cannot keep up with the amount of stuff going on. I believe that the next part of the Foreclosure Task Force story came out this week, but I haven't even touched it. I haven't touched it because the next part of Honkai Star Rail also came out, and the next part of ZZZ is coming out in like 3 days or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm still processing my way very, very slowly through the Honkai Impact 3rd story. So Blue Archive have made no progress on this week because I didn't have time. I did make some progress in Honkai Impact 3 over the past week. I did the story that is sort of like the grand finale. I say grand finale, but it takes 3 chapters. To the story that is basically the Elysian Realm game mode. Now, I skipped the Elysian Realm game mode because it takes an awful lot of time. It's basically Simulated Universe's original incarnation. And as such, there's a lot of grind involved because it's designed to be sort of like pseudo evergreen content. And so I don't really know most of what goes on in there. You can infer a good amount of it based on the events of the 3 story chapters that are the conclusion to it. Oh no, you just picked a fight with something nasty, didn't you?
I picked a
Yes.
fight with that thing.
This guy.
Oh, right, this one. But yeah, the story is told from the perspective of Raiden Mei, who for some bizarre reason is unvoiced throughout the entire thing. I'm not really sure why. She possibly she just has way too much dialogue because she's the point of view character, but it does seem kind of weird. I'm not really sure historically why it would have been like that, but that is what they did for some reason. But it concerns basically the 50,000 years prior to the main plot line of Honkai Impact 3rd and the 13 Flame Chasers that were the sort of like the champions in the war against the Honkai back then. And the sort of the focus character really is Elysia, who is a very, very popular character. And for Aristeels who have done the 3.0 plot line, Elysia is the one having the conversation with young Finon in the sort of flashback at the very end of the main quest. And so she's the main one, and she starts basically my experience with her is basically the same as Raiden Mei's, in that she starts off being very annoying because she's overly friendly and overly energetic, but she grows on you over time, and by the time you reach the very end of the story, it's like, well, realistically, if she hadn't been that type of person, the whole world would be a worse place. Because it mattered in the end that she took that overly positive attitude to everything and acted like everybody was important and that she loved everybody. That was important to the continued existence of the human race in the end. Yeah, so it was quite a compelling and interesting and sort of emotionally engaging story. It was a story of sort of Type Moon levels of autistic detail, though. You needed to know about a lot of different people doing a lot of different things and a lot of different concepts for the entire thing to come together. And it's supposed to be that way because it was designed to be played through by people who'd spent the last, several months grinding Simulated Universe, so to speak, and knew it inside out. So yeah, it was quite an experience. I liked it. They had a nice animated sequence at the end where Elysia fights the Hersher of corruption and everything comes to an end, and sort of like there's an emotional farewell and so on with Raiden Mei, who's come to really care about Elysia and their time together, but the reality is they're separated by 50,000 years, so she can't just stay there, etc. It's, in some sense, it's sort of like, in some sense, it's a side story to what's going on in the rest of the plot, but it still has a lot of meaning because it gives a lot of meaning to a lot of other things that happened that are just sort of like historical events in some sense from any other point of view, but it personalizes the world building basically. because there's a lot of world building in the Honkai Third story. Like you can really see why it is that the Hoyo people are so tight with the Type Moon people, because their root forms of writing that they start with at the beginning of their stories is in their sort of journey as sort of like broader IPs and universes is very, very similar in approach. And what the extensive world building, what happens with the extensive world building of the Honkai universe in this chapter is basically it gets personalized. It gets a human face, so to speak, gets put on all of those things that are basically historical events that explain the background. And I felt like it all came together quite well. I really enjoyed it. I don't know how pertinent it's going to be to Honkai Star Rail 3.0, but I can see sort of like parallels and inversions, so to speak. Like they mentioned several times in Star Rail a Crisis heir who's not present. And that I'm pretty sure is the Crisis heir who is the Honkai Star Rail or Amphorius representative of Pardophilus, who's sort of like one of the probably kind of in their own way they're all the odd one out, but she's an odd one out in the 13 Flame Chasers, because in Honkai Impact she's a terrible fighter. She's basically ends up making it into the group by accident. She just happens to be reviewed well by Elysia and ends up joining. But the Finon is clearly the alternate for Kevin, and they've both got parallels and inversions. Although rather than becoming the sort of slightly flippant character that Finon is, Kevin is clearly in his has not yet recovered from his losses phase and is a cold fish, generally speaking, all the time. Although he wasn't always that way, even if he did try and put up a facade like he was. Yeah, so it's interesting having seen a lot of these characters play themselves out in a different universe, but I can see that they have done a very thorough job of ensuring none of that information is necessary. All of it can be viewed as being like, oh, well, it's bonus. There's a bonus amount of interest in, oh, this character in Star Rail has done this kind of thing, but this is sort of the reverse of how they would have reacted in their circumstances in Honkai Impact, and that's because they've got this difference in their past type of thing. Like, that's sort of the extent of what the extra knowledge does for you. It's like you can tell that they're the same person who have become different people as a result of different sort of foundational things in their past. But there's not really any bonus insights that you get granted by Honkai Impact, and there's definitely no necessary information. Yeah, so if you're ever worried about that, you can stop.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to stop worrying about it ever being a problem in the future, because it seems like one of those things that you can drop the ball on pretty easy as a writer if you're really like.
Well, because it could unconsciously bleed in, I suppose.
Yeah, like I don't think I'll ever stop worrying about that as long as they're trying this hard with the concept of parallels in Star Rail.
But they are very far apart, is my current take on it. There are certain key individuals who are not present who would need to be present for things to take off the way they did, and certain things about characters' identities, who they really were. Like Elysia herself is the linchpin of the whole 13 Flame Chasers story in Honkai Impact 3rd, even though the main character, so to speak, is Kevin. The only reason it all comes together is because of Elysia, and Kevin himself acknowledges this. But what Elysia is fundamentally in Honkai Impact 3rd is an incredibly singular individual. You basically have no good way of properly implementing the same thing in Honkai Star Rail. You could do something similar, but it wouldn't. I don't think that would. Even if you wanted to go that route, I don't think it would actually impede the story that it was done that way. I think that Elysia's role in the story is too unique to specifically to the Honkai Impact universe that you couldn't do it in Honkai Star Rail. It wouldn't make sense. It would be silly. And what's worse than it being silly is it would look contrived if they did, because there's too much space between the two. They would need to spend the entirety of 3.0 building an excuse to do it in order to do it, and the entirety of 3.x, I should say, and they didn't. So I don't think that they're going to do anything too crazy there. But yeah, so I'm enjoying that story. It's very, like I said, it's a very different story to the other ones. Like the sort of adventurous story, the sort of classic JRPG story of Genshin and HSR are not, and the much more sort of like personalized, almost urban fantasy story of ZZZ. Like none of these are in any way similar to what's going on in Honkai Impact 3rd. Honkai Impact 3rd, it reads like Type Moon. It's on a larger scale in terms of the amount of geography covered by the story compared to the typical Type Moon story. Has the first thing that they do is they draw a boundary around the arena in every Type Moon story, apart from Grand Order, in which case they do it differently by having a very, very narrow boundaries in each singularity or lost belt around which area can be accessed. But in the case of Honkai Impact 3, it takes place over the whole world, and well, really the whole solar system is basically what they've said previously that they're planning to span the story over. But the writing style and the storytelling style is much more reminiscent of your classic visual novel than it is of the other Hoyo stable games. So it is a different experience, but certainly one that I've enjoyed, seeing a story told about characters who are third parties to the point of view, rather than the scenario where you've got, Bell and Wise, or you've got Stel and Kalis, or you've got Ether and Lumine.
You mean
That's not a thing. Well, you could say Paimon. There's this. Whenever I think of Paimon, though, these days, there's this one comic artist who does fan comics for Genshin, and they, for comedic effect, will draw Paimon with a JoJo character face sometimes.
I've seen those.
And I just find that inexplicably to be the funniest conceivable thing. I don't know why. Paimon is a JoJo character. Like
It makes
about
sense
Paimon
because it makes no sense.
Everything about Paimon still looks like Paimon, except the face. And the face is a JoJo character. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, so that's Honkai 3rd. Genshin, I've played almost no Genshin this week because I've been distracted with all of the other stuff that I'm trying to go through. I'm at absolute saturation point for gachas, so it is what it is.
Genshin's also at a kind of a good, if you are caught up with the story, it's a good break point because we're just finished the major story arc of Natlan, and
yeah,
we're going to the
I don't know whether
right.
We spent a lot of time talking about the story of Natlan last show, and I'm still unsatisfied with it, and I don't feel any better about it now, in certain respects. But like there's still information I'm waiting on. Come on, guys, I really want to know, type of thing. So even if the story is finished, I'm like, well, but I want to know that still. Come on, man, you're gonna make me wait.
It does.
Yes.
It does kind of. Remember how Hinakoni ended the boss fight? How you the one against Sunday,
right?
Remember how you wake up mid boss fight after scenario 1 and you're like, oh well, that was just a dream, and now Acheron's gonna break the dream and send you back, and you're gonna do it for realsies this time. It kind of feels like the end because of the party scenario.
But it That didn't happen though.
It
It didn't
feels
keep going.
it feels like 5.4 should be like, and then you
That's
woke up.
That's what I was saying last week. Is that the whole thing feels like a fake out? It was just a little bit too pat.
Yeah,
But
it just,
but it need not be that way. The reason it feels that way is because the events feel artificial because we weren't given enough information about why.
so this leads into a discussion you and me were having before the show, about a Reddit post I found detailing a bunch of the problems with the localization team in Genshin. Now, this doesn't fix everything with the end of Natland. They still did not do enough storytelling of the important bits, and did not, and definitely rushed that ending a lot of bit. The pacing issue is real, but
They still have a good number of patches to resolve these issues if they decide to bend their effort toward that.
yeah, it's not a lost cause yet. But one of the things that got highlighted in this Reddit post was there was a bunch of layoffs at Hoyo not too long ago, and they were all targeted at the localization team. Well, not all of them, but a huge chunk of them were at the English localization branch. Specifically, the localizers, not the talent or the people that work on production, but the translators and people that make the dumb thing readable for us, because they have just screwed the pooch, especially in that land. Like, there is, I'll go ahead and spoil this for you, Fern, because it's wrong.
Okay.
This is a mistranslation that horribly skews your expectations of what's going to happen with the character in Natland, and leaves a unresolved dangling plot hole that will never get filled because the translation was just. There's a point where Zelonin is explicitly said by her and Mavuika that she is going to die because of what she has to do in the story for the Traveler. This requires the smith that crafts whatever this item is to die. This is made
Right.
in no uncertain terms, based on the English localization, what needs to happen. Like, Zelonin is going to die. This is just wrong. This is not at all what the original text says. They say specifically that the effort to craft this thing would be so strenuous on the smith that without the guidance of a character who has been explicitly shown and showed up and is with you, it would probably cost their life, but it will not happen because they're here.
Right. That's a big difference.
Yes, so this dangling plot thread of when this thing's finally crafted, Zelonin's gonna die, that doesn't resolve, is just wrong because the translators effed it up. The translator
walking around.
Oh, you roboted really hard there, Fern.
Boop.
Yeah, you're Mega Robot. Give it
It was almost a perfect beat boop.
Hang on, I will do the thing I do when it starts doing this. Alright. I moved the Discord server channel, so see if you robot now.
Beep boop.
That's better.
Yeah, I got green lights again now. It was red. I don't know what happened there, but Discord just suddenly randomly decides, you know what? No.
I normally keep it on West Coast to get it as in the middle between all of us as possible. But whenever it starts acting up, I'll bump it just to a server on top of one of us, so I threw it in Sydney. So, and then I'll change it back later. But yeah.
Fiona has mixed feelings about being associated with Sydney.
I do not like Sydney very much.
Yeah. So yeah, that's just wrong, that translation. There's the a big part of the Natland story has to do with revealing a lot about Natland's higher deities and how they function, and going into things like the Lord of the Night and Renova, who's the Shade of Death in Tevat, and Lord of the Night being more local in Natland. And they just got a bunch of these terms wrong and mixed up, it turns out, during the storytelling. And the it seems to be you were right with the Selays being called angels, and that is not at all a good idea for what they actually are. I forget what he called them in the post, but it made much more sense.
Like, the name Seelie is usually more associated with Fae than angels.
Well, they're parts of a greater being, but they're not servants of it.
Oh yeah, I've seen that theory thrown around. So I guess that's not just a theory then.
Yeah, they're the only way you could get angel is spiritual guide. In that context, it kind of works, or messenger,
Kinda.
but it doesn't quite convey what these things are. We also have the heavenly principles themselves have been translated into no less than 5 different terms in English and used interchangeably throughout the history of the game until Sumeru. And they started screwing it up again in Natlan. The heavenly principles being the current deity and the laws it established over all of Teyvat. Up in Celestia, presumably. And this has just gone totally butchered and translated into multiple different terms that just imply that each thing is its own entity. They're not. They're all supposed to just be the heavenly principles. And they literally use the exact same wording and spelling in Chinese for each one. So we have no idea how they fucked that up.
Right. So, any idea yet what they're going to do to replace the localization team? Are they going to get, less crap localizers, or are they going to go AI?
They will probably experiment with AI translations and get just a handful of localizers to do some spelling and grammar checks. But
yeah,
given the flowery nature of Chinese and Mandarin as a language, I don't know how well that'll work.
Yeah, like it's rather than flowery, I would say it's highly idiomatic. Like a lot of meaning is conveyed in idioms which are so old that they've become words of their own, type of thing. So, I mean, realistically, that's what a radical is. Like, that's what a combination of radicals and a Chinese character is. It's an idiom, essentially, of sorts, in written form. But so I don't know how compatible that is with the language learning logic of your typical AI. Maybe it'll work. I don't know. Most of the ones that we encounter on a regular basis are going to be adapted for English. There's no reason to believe that you couldn't, with sufficient data, create one for Chinese. But I expect that they will go down that route, at least initially, and sort of like faceplant into whatever problems there are. I mean, realistically, that's what they've done with the localization so far, is that they trusted a bunch of English localizers to do the job, and they faceplanted and done 10 problems, and now they're changing strategy. So I guess that there's not really any difference if you're going to AI people instead, considering what a clown job they did of the translation in Genshin.
Yeah.
Yes.
There were many other problems with Natlan's translations that just didn't work and were translated poorly or wrong. I don't remember all of them off the top of my head, and I wish I could find the stupid Reddit post because it was really enlightening. And if it's true, it explains a whole lot about, doesn't fix the pacing issues, but a bunch of the what, who are you, why, what, and them just getting terminology and proper nouns wrong. That
it does put me in mind of the guy, the guy with the strong accent who does Honkai lore.
Yeah, Homo Labs.
Yeah, like he talked at length about the ways in one of his videos about the way the same word has been translated in about 3 different ways depending on the context, and that this has caused massive confusion in the fan base over what's being talked about when it comes to cosmological things in the Honkai universe.
Honkai cosmology isn't confusing enough.
But the thing is that in theory, it's not quite as confusing as it wound up being, because the localizers have just made a hash of it every time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
If you're going to build a universe with the deep kind of intricate weaving in its cosmology that like Type Moon likes to do, where you really need to have an understanding of stuff to get the full scope of the story, your language being consistent and the terms being consistent is necessary to give people the foothold they need to realize what's going on and the importance of stuff happening. You can't just take that crap willy nilly. That needs to be very on point, and the localizers have just dropped the ball apparently. Like their terms are just all over the place. And when you're going through Natlan, Act 1 and 2 are pretty good all on their own because they don't need that stuff. And Act 1 and 2 are perfectly enjoyable. All the stuff in 5.3 though heavily relies on proper nouns and terminology for the universe. And if since it has not been localized correctly, you're going to be asking the question a lot. Huh? Who? Why? What? I don't remember this. Why does this need to happen? And a good chunk of those particular issues that we have with 5.3 can be chalked up to localization, just totally dropping the ball on that line.
Yeah. And it's probably really going to bear its ugly head once we're finished with the Archon quest and start dealing with more directly with that stuff.
Yeah, so they've axed a goodly portion of the localization team. I do not know what they're going to do to replace it. I don't
I wonder
know.
if they're going to go back and fix the problems.
I doubt it.
They occasionally do in the past, but it's quite rare because changing a product that's already out the door is a bit more of an issue legally in China.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's unfortunately going to be a bit of a shoe. But apparently most of the times they're talking about any of the overgod tier higher powers, they're referring to the heavenly principles regardless of what term they use.
Right.
And
that makes it, I suppose, less confusing as long as you keep that in mind.
But the real ball dropper for Natlan is there is a concept of a shattered god and shades of it being all over the place. There's 4 shades in particular that are the super shades that govern aspects of the rules of Tevat. And one of them being the Shade of Death, which is the prominent one, and its related cousin, the Lord of the Night. And there's a whole lot of subtle terminology drops throughout the conversation about this thing, and when you actually talk to the Lord of the Night, that just get lost.
The English version is pretty explicit that the shades are a 2nd tier power and the Lord of the Night is a 3rd tier power.
Yeah. It's supposedly slightly different than that, and it recontextualized things a good bit. So it's Act 3 will still have some. Well, I say Act 3. I mean the stuff released in 5.3. We'll still have pacing issues when you get to it. It is rushed, and the final battle feels like it should end in it was all a dream. Now go do it for realsies again. Because it just wraps up too perfect at the end.
Well, it is an impressive fight, but it just sort of comes a little bit out of left field. Perhaps not from as far left field as the giant whale, but it's the giant whale doesn't really matter as much to the core plot.
Incidentally, am I coming up on the giant whale? I should be. I think I should be getting close to it.
You won't know when you're coming up to the giant whale, but I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Oh, okay. It's just surprise whale. Okay, we'll never speak of this again.
Yeah.
I mean, it may become relevant in a few patches when Skirk becomes a banner character.
Good. Right.
Skirk is Tartaglia's teacher.
Oh, okay.
Because the whale is related to everybody's favorite child they love to beat every week.
The whale is basically Skirk's pet.
All right, that explains where Chug gets his ass whale from.
Yes, actually, it does. The reason he has the big F off space whale as an attack is because that was the family pet.
Yep, he just pulls a whale out of his pocket.
You meet another one in one of the patch side quests. This one can talk.
Because why not? I guess.
Yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, that was something I just wanted to note that I found about 5.3 because a lot of my hang-ups with the 5.3 story had to deal with terminology and explanations of who the heck these people were and who we were even talking about, because they just didn't fit right. You could tell something was off, and yeah, something was off.
Yeah, it's like there was definitely a big gap between what it sounds like we should know and what it seems like we should know.
Yeah, it turns out a bunch of that in particular can be laid at the feet of the localization. And I'm willing to take this Reddit post at face value because it just makes sense.
Anyway, that's the thing. So Lantern Right's coming up. Lantern Right's always a big event. It's going to have a free 4-star selector for the UA 4 stars. Not really sure who I'm going to select. The animations are really nice for the new girl. The new girl is basically a more defensively slanted Sucrose, though. Like, she doesn't really fill any new role. If you've got defensive characters and you have Sucrose, she doesn't do anything you need. But she's a new cute girl character with some nice animation. She's another melee catalyst character. But she mostly seems to slash with them. Not exclusively, but mostly.
She's not dancing it up. She's punching people.
Yeah.
All
But
right.
yeah, she's got nice animations, but she's definitely not going to shatter the meta in any way. But yeah. She's going to be on the selector list though, so if you take a liking to her, you can pick her as your free 4-star. Don't know what any of our Eidolons do. Don't know if she's going to shape up having something really cool when you get enough copies of her that make her super relevant, which is occasionally the case. Haven't decided who I'm going to pick for that. It's probably between her and Yanfei because I still don't have Yanfei, and I really liked her and her character stories. I think she's really fun. But I don't really need her because she's a pyro character, and every pyro character in the game has just been power crept.
Yeah.
Has been Mob Wicked.
Yeah. But I don't know, like sure she's been power crept, but she's basically a pyro character that plays kind of like Ningguang, so it's more compatible with what I'm familiar with. But it would require me to then go and suckle at the teat of trying to make a redundant 4-star character relevant, which I've been doing for the last couple years. So yeah. Right, that's Lantern Right. ZZZ I haven't done much in. I'm sort of stuck at the 6-star level for Deadly Assault, and I'm sort of like very seriously scrutinizing whether I even want to press it further than that, because it's about the only payoff on the diminishing returns chart for going to more effort than I already have is to get more stars in Deadly Assault. And while there are lots of things I don't like about the way Deadly Assault has been structured and its place in the game as an entire proposition, they have made what I feel is a good decision to make the polychrome rewards only go up to like 5 or 6 stars worth of progress. Like the 7, 8, 9 are just prestige levels. They don't they will give rewards, sure, but they aren't rewards that are going to advance you through the power curve. And that's the problem with basically every other Ho-Yo game, is that the reward that matters the most is your currency that will let you pull more characters. And when you lock that behind the highest tier of play, yes, it's a lucrative reward. Yes, it will lure people into playing that particular gameplay, etc., etc. But it does instantiate the rich getting richer. It widens the power gap, which discourages players who are on a lower tier of play, because the people who are getting more powerful get more powerful faster. And this is important because power creep is something that happens on a population level. It doesn't happen on a personal level. Everybody looks at it on the personal level. They look at, well, this character A power creeps this character B or whatever. But that's not how power creep actually works. That's irrelevant to power creep, in fact. What is relevant to power creep is the hold rate for that character. If a character could one-shot every boss in the game with 0 effort, and one person in the gaming community had access to that character, it would not cause power creep in the game. End of story. If everybody did, then the game would now cease to be a game. So when you adjust that for scale, what you have is a situation where the top end of gameplay is always going to be designed to be roughly the same amount of challenge for the top end of players. But if the top end of players advance faster than the bulk of players due to there being the top end of players, then what happens is that the gap between the top end and the bulk of the pack gets broader and broader and broader until the bulk of the pack can't touch the top end and they feel like it's not worth trying. That's why it's important to keep really lucrative rewards out of the very tippy top. Give them something to reach for at the very tippy top, but don't give them something that's going to widen the gap between them and everybody else as a simple fact of mathematics, as opposed to a matter of skill.
For ZZZ,
and they have got that in ZZZ.
For ZZZ, the higher tier reward, the highest tier reward being a stupid little badge on your banner if you get for your first 9-star clear, seems to be the most incentivizing point of it for the people that actually play hardcore. The little stupid deadly assaults badge you get for that you could put on your profile.
Well, the thing is that I feel like at this stage of the game's life cycle, being successful in Deadly Assault is simply a function of spending money. It's not that you don't need any skill to do it, it's that you're basically locked out if you don't spend money simply because you won't have characters that are suitable for the challenges, because you would need to have more than you're likely to have. Like I've bought a couple battle passes, and I don't have anything like the number of characters necessary to do a 9-star clear, because you need too many combinations. It's not about raw number of characters, raw number of pulls, anything like that. No, it's about having cohesive teams that play into the particular requirements, and they can be quite narrow, of the challenge in question. And I simply can't form teams that are suitable for it. Even if I did perfect play, I would not have the damage output at the thresholds. It's just not reasonable with the characters I have available. So that particular aspect of it, I think, means that Deadly Assault is just poorly placed in the life cycle of the game, generally speaking. It's just I don't mind as much because I'm not getting further and further behind with time due to rewards being placed at the top end. So it's not a huge problem. I can still keep performing adequately and getting the rewards. And over time, my roster in theory will expand and maybe I'll become more competitive over the time. I'm still not an action game player, so there's a certain amount of space to be covered between me and the level of play required. But at present, the limitation is not me practicing and getting more skilled. At present, the limitation is I simply can't produce the teams required to do this challenge. There's not enough characters in my roster. I have seen a distinct fall off in people bragging about clearing the end game with Anton. This has stopped happening. So, yeah. I was still able to 7 of 7 the whatchamacallit, sheer defense in the last cycle. I haven't tried this current cycle yet, but the last cycle was a close fought thing within a matter of I think a margin of 3 seconds for one of them.
Yeah, I had a feeling last
the
cycle
HP is spiraling upwards.
Yeah, we are in a post Miyabi world with post Miyabi health pools.
Yeah, moving with the Miyabi is going to be the challenge here, I think.
Yeah, so the rest of, if you have Miyabi, you will be able to keep up with the current ZZZ in-game stuff. If you do not have
Provided,
Miyabi...
if every character from now on had a Miyabi power level, and I don't think they will, because I think Miyabi is going to be like the first Archon of ZZZ, since she's a Void Hunter. But I think that if they raise everybody's power level to that, we're going to start being in Trouble Town. So I think that what they do over the course of the next big patch cycle is going to be very important for the future of the game.
Yeah, I do.
How do they react to their first Miyabi? That's the question.
Yeah, Miyabi is going to be a hard stone for them to gauge with, because she came out at a time when the game was being had so many changes. People are calling it a soft relaunch.
Well, the thing is that people's stable of characters is still full of the ones that existed before that world was a thing.
Yeah,
And it's got odd ducks like the I think of Zhu Yuan as the limited Diluc, basically.
yeah.
Like she's a limited character, but she functions like Diluc, but currently she's still extremely useful because there are no options.
There, when he says there are no options, there is literally no other ether attacker in the game.
Damn.
And the next ether character coming out, also a support.
Who spends most of her time singing and not doing damage.
Yes. Well, no, she does weaker off-field damage when she's singing.
Yeah. You can apparently sing with her on field and it does something. You can just dodge. That's all you can do.
I mean, I'll probably pull for her because I like her. She's kind of a goober, actually.
Yeah, she's also the first 5-star support we're going to get. So I would not be surprised.
Yeah, who even knows what that's going to mean? That'll either mean she's useless or she's totally cracked. One or the other. There's basically no in between.
Yeah, and if she's really good, it probably means Evelyn will be really good because being the same faction, they tend to synergize with each other.
We don't know anything about her mechanics, though, do we? We only know
We-
a little bit about Astro Yao's mechanics.
We know some of Evelyn's mechanics. They showed off a little bit. She is going to focus on building. She takes advantage of Astra's quick assists that she allows, and
Isn't she the one that can like chain attack off her own attacks or something weird like that?
Yeah, and she can do chain attacks without a stun off her own mechanic. So if Astra,
so she's sort of like the chain attack version of Yanagi.
Yeah.
For disorder.
Yeah. So she will either become one of the best secondary DPSs for a prime character that can really leverage that and turn that into more damage, or she will just play so well with Astra that she herself will become the one of the key main DPSs. I'm planning to try to pull for both.
Pepperoni Soldier 11.
Yeah, our little soldier is going to be relegated to what would be the traditional Diluc slot. Pretty much.
I don't know. I've relegated her down a star level to the fire envy who can't stun.
Yeah. Get some of her constellations. Apparently, she still works, but good luck with that.
There's some stuff in some Chinese content. I don't think there's any English that suggests that Soldier 11 was actually trained by Envy.
Let's see.
Like, Soldier 11 is Soldier 11 and Envy is Soldier 0. She's the higher ranking one that has sort of like gone AWOL, is the sort of the suggestion.
Maybe we'll get a 5-star Envy. It removes the limiters.
Edgelord Envy. Envy who has had her fill of burgers, Envy.
You remove the personality suppressant drugs, and all of a sudden, Envy goes Super Saiyan.
I mean, hopefully she'll get a story of her own. But yeah, anyway, yeah, ZZZ still doing its ZZZ thing. In 3 days, we'll have more storyline, and I'll be even more buried in stuff to go through. Like, I feel it's at a weird middle ground between slightly stressed by the amount of content I'm trying to get through, and also overblessed by the amount of, like, you know, just generally pretty good story that is being served up to me on the regular. Because when you are doing something as retarded as playing 5 gachas at once, there's basically an infinite amount of story content.
Yeah, I would.
The problem is that you fall behind on everything else.
Yeah, I would not want to even attempt what you're doing with it. Just keeping 2 Hoyo games in dailies mode and actively playing one at a time is already too much stress on my gacha limit. I don't want to cut single player stuff out entirely.
I have milestones that I'm going to start cribbing them. You're going to start culling back what I'm consuming when I hit certain thresholds. Namely, I'm going to turn Honkai Impact 3 into a story-only game when I get caught up, which is just a matter of time, really, because the story content has moved in the direction that that ZZZ is going, basically, where when you're doing story content, you basically don't need your own characters. They're just going to give you characters. The same is the case with Blue Archive. You basically don't use your own characters for the story at all anymore. You get given everything that you need. And that's what I'm doing for Blue Archive as well, is just the story is the important thing. As far as other characters go, I've reached a sort of a comfortable level of resources that I can keep toddling along without too much trouble. So those two are going to get relegated to story games rather than remaining as full engagement games. I've already stopped doing joint firing drill, but I mean, who does joint firing drill?
I did that like I did that like for a month and maybe 2 months when I was playing, and then was like, you know what? I hate this.
It is just too much work for too little reward. And it's not a like if you're like really autistic about team building, there is actually really interesting strategy behind doing it optimally. The problem is that doing it optimally is just not worth the sheer amount of time you've got to put into learning how to do it optimally. Like it's worse than Pinecone Clan Battle, and there's no Ebu for you to keep up with. So
Like,
I'm not surprised you didn't do it.
Yeah, well, with Pinecone, when it came to clan battle, there was a legitimate sense of trying to be the best in your clan, or trying to outbeat Ebu, which for a period was just did Eriko crit today.
Yeah, so I'm going to relegate those to the back burner. The three primary Hoyo games, haven't decided what I'm going to do yet exactly.
Hang on. This requires an image.
Oh no!
Live show chat. There we go.
Oh no!
Yeah, he has to. He has to make sure that we never forget. Anyway.
Yeah.
So that leaves me with Honkai Star Rail. So Honkai Star Rail deployed 3.0 this week, which is the first chapter of Amphorius, and we've been talking about it for the past couple of weeks, the things they've previewed and what's coming out, and it has come out, and I decided I was going to go for the Hurter, and I pulled the Hurter, and
Oh yes,
is very the Hurter. I'm a big fan of Hurter as a character. I think she's highly entertaining in a variety of ways, but she also does the business on the battlefield. Pretty solid.
True.
Don't really have a good idea about how I'm going to leverage her in an ongoing fashion, though, because she benefits very much from having Jade as a partner, but I'm sort of reluctant to pull on Jade because it's sort of in terms of pure fiction, it's sort of gilding the lily a bit to have Jade and Hurter, unless you're putting them on separate sides. And I've already got Rapper, so I've got a side covered for pure fiction already with a different archetype.
Doubling them up in pure fiction works.
I mean, of course it works. The question is, like, how are you going to allocate your resources? If you double up one side and you don't have something for the other side, well, you're going to end up in strife. I am sort of weighing up whether or not I want Jade, but then again, I think I'm going to leave it till the end of the banner cycle in case there's any previews or leaks that suggest that there's going to be another suitable erudition character coming out that I might want more, because I'm just not that enthused about Jade. Like, Jade was sort of released to be a pure fiction solution for the follow-up faithful, who were going all in on follow-up.
Oh boy, did we need one.
My commitment to follow-up as an archetype was just pulling Fei Xiao. And Fei Xiao is the most important piece, I guess. You could also consider Topaz to be the most important piece, but I feel like my follow-up team has done yeoman's work for me without her.
If you have every piece of follow-up except for Fei Xiao, you can work with Ratio if you got him for free. But it is a huge step down between Fei Xiao and Ratio.
Yeah, well, I mean, I only had Fei Xiao and Robin, and that was enough to build the whole team around.
Yeah, if you had Topaz, you could make the team with Lingsha instead of Venturine, and it would operate similarly.
I subbed Lingsha in for Venturine, and I subbed in March 7th for Topaz, and it's worked acceptably. The problem with subbing in Lingsha, of course, is that if Lingsha's on that team, then she can't be where she belongs, which is on the break team. So she's a break scaling healer. But yeah. As far as Herta goes, Herta's sort of standalone erudition, whose only special team building trait is that she wants to be with another erudition, which currently she is also with Herta because
of course
Herta.
she is.
Yeah, so I'm running the Herta and I'm running other Herta. Her optimal support is Jade, and it's not close. But her second most optimal support is C4 Servile, who I don't have. My Servile sort of stuck at C1 or C2 or something, and I haven't seen Servile on a banner that I wanted to roll in a long time. So there's a certain amount of temptation for me to pull for Jade. Not a very strong one, but a serviceable one. I also haven't decided what I'm going to do about Aglaya, who's going to be the next banner. Because the impulse, like the animal impulse, the FOMO impulse to pull for Aglaya is pretty strong. Because she's going to be the inaugural DPS for a new archetype. But I also am not super fussed about her. But the thing is that if you do the math on paper, she looks absolutely bonkers because she gets to like double or triple dip on certain stats due to being a speed scaler, she's the only speed scaler in the game really, although there are people who argue that she is also a speed scaler. But generally, I don't think anybody who pulls her is going to be short-term disappointed in the fact they pulled her, because I think that anybody who pulls Aglaya is going to walk over the next 3 in-game cycles. But I had written off pulling for her because I wanted to pull for Castoris. And now that I've got to play through the story, I also still like Castoris and still want to pull for her. Although she does have what I've seen people refer to as sopping wet cat energy. Because she just looks sort of slightly crestfallen all the time. But
yeah. So
she's sort of a classically Moe character, I guess, in a era where they don't do classically Moe very often anymore.
Yeah, before we get too far from particular Star Rail topic, I'll interject here because I off. I also pulled on these banners,
and these made out like a bandit.
Yeah, these banners were scary for me because this was going to be a make or break point for whether or not I continued within game. And Fei Xiao must have heard me because she came right home. I didn't actually pull for her first.
I got jeopard. he made it like a bandit. I got freaking jeopard for the 4th time.
Yeah, this is so Jade, I had to go to the 50-50 and I won the 50-50. I did not pull for either other signature light cones because pulling 2 characters on a single banner cycle is too stressful on the gyms as it is. But
I did pull for the Herta's signature light cone, and I had to go to soft pity for it. But I think it was worth it because double erudition is a ridiculously energy SP hungry archetype if you don't have Jade. I would say if you're going to pull for the Herta and you don't have Jade, you should probably pull the signature light cone or Jade.
Yeah.
And since I don't really love Jade, but Herta is one of my favorite characters in the story, I decided to go for the signature light cone.
So I grabbed Jade first because at the position my account's in, I am heavily invested in the follow-up archetype as it is.
With no pure fiction solution.
Yeah, and that means you do not have an answer for pure fiction. There is no good follow-up answer for pure fiction, which means that team is functionally dead in the water after the first wave. Even with the new boss there to alleviate some of the pain, just not having any follow-up pivot to AoE was too painful. So Jade was a higher priority grab because I could not get a single star on the last node. With
that sure changed.
Yeah, with my my old roster lineup. So I went hard for Jade, and she fought me a bit, to the 50-50, but came on the 50-50. Fei Xiao, however, decided she was already functionally a part of my team anyway from how much I borrow her, I presume, and just showed up on the first 10 pull.
Which fortunately hasn't prevented you continually filling my pockets with credits.
No, because now we have
every time I log in, it's like, have another 12,000 credits.
So, when it comes to farming, if it is any basic farming node, Jade, Sunday, Robin, the Herda. Put auto on, walk away.
It's almost funny to watch, really. The only problem is that if your speed falls wrong, then you take too much damage.
Yeah, enough repeats of the same node, you will take enough damage that you get screwed. But usually they're right next to a healing anchor, so you can just detach, go quickly heal, and come back after like several attempts. But yes, that the efficiency in farming that team has, regardless of whatever the mobs are, nothing can deal with that presently in the game.
Yeah, the Herta's raw output is just pretty incredible, and then garnishing it with all those buffs just makes it a bit nuts.
Yeah, just crank her attack up with Robin, have Sunday keep action advancing her, and give her that beatified buff and the crit damage buff, and then have Jade just feeding her system mechanic and not doing the negligible amount of damage herself. Holy crap, it just works.
The one fly in the ointment I found is that occasionally Sunday would randomly decide, no, actually I want to buff Jade this time.
He does that, doesn't he? Yeah. And it does not seem to have a logic to it. On the exact same note of the exact same first wave layout with the exact same energy, Sunday just seems to roll a dice in his head on who he's going to throw the buff on today. Now, it doesn't matter that much on the farming nodes.
Yeah, it'll take a couple of extra turns or whatever, but it's still like, why did you do that, Sunday? Why? Are you worried? Like, I guess you did get freed from jail on the basis of Jade's largesse. Are you worried that if you don't give her a buff, she'll get annoyed?
It's funny, too, because sometimes he'll correct himself after he does it in the first wave and start doing it to Herta. But yeah, so this means that anytime I'm doing any basic farming, I'm stealing your Herta.
Yeah, that's why I put her up there on the shared thing, because she's just like, heaps of other people even borrowing her as well. Like, she's just an ideal farming unit if you just want a damage hose.
AoE damage hose. And if you've got Jade to enable the damage hose even further with Sunday and Robin to make it just comical. I didn't have time to finish putting my pants on before they finished 1 6-wave node. When I was getting ready for work one day. Because I had pre-farmed my Jade, so she was ready to go out the gate.
I just love the Herta's casual narcissism. Also, Fern, if you haven't seen any of the media, I strongly recommend you watch the animated trailer for Herta, because I think it's really cute. It's basically the Herta has one weakness, and it's that she cannot cook. She does not appear to know this.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
but she has a lot of assistants, because all of the other Hertas help her, help in quotes, because they're all still Herta in the end.
Yes,
but yeah, it's a really fun little animation. It's only a couple minutes long. I recommend you watch it.
I feel bad for Fourth Mirror.
Fourth Mirror's okay. Fourth Mirror's a little bit too brown nosy.
Got to deal with Herta all the time.
You know she love it.
But yeah, so that has been a comical combination, and I got Fei Xiao, obviously. It really was how bad is Fei Xiao going to fight me that decided whether or not I would even continue trying to attempt to break into endgame.
Because now you feel like you've broken through the surface and gotten a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, we went from 9 out of 12 to 12 out of 12 on Pure Fiction. We went from 9 out of 12 to 11 out of 12 in Apocalyptic Shadow. I cannot crest the final bit because the final boss of this Apocalyptic Fiction one is super gimmicky and heavy erudition favored, and I still only have Jade.
Yeah, I've got a lot of built erudition in my team. Like my Himiko is pretty close to maxed. My Herta is maxed. The Herta is pretty close to maxed. I've got Rapper, who's really powerful in break erudition. Like I'm loaded for beer when it comes to erudition.
So, but having Fei Xiao and being able to run the fart team on Cocolia got me a whole lot of points to play with, and Jade helped on the second one, get me to 2 out of 3 stars. And Memory of Chaos this cycle, the HP is whole. Who thought this was a good idea? And who decided
it's getting worse next cycle? Next cycle it'll be Aglaya owners only need apply. Everybody else is knackered.
Yeah, well, right now it also the current Pure Fiction or Memory of Chaos cycle having the stupid trotters.
Ugh, it turns everything into an AoE fight.
Yeah, and
like if you don't have heaps of distraction or erudition, you're buggered. And even though I have them, it's still awkward. It's still really awkward to do.
I have Numby. Now
Numby goes where Numby pleases.
Numby is great for any scenario that doesn't involve switching targets.
Which is like the only scenario in the Trotter Memory of Chaos.
Yes. You will need to change targets all the time, which means you have to make a decision with Numby. Do I move Numby and then gamble on where he's going to go after this Trotter dies? Or do I just shoot a Trotter and not bother moving Numby? And everybody's follow-up attacks will do less damage, and everybody will have less crit damage on this. And Numby won't get action advanced. And that's a legitimate... That's a legitimate conundrum that made this Memory of Chaos just very, very hard for Fart. I do not have a team that can do a... My second team is still Acheron and Friends, or whatever hodgepodge I can throw together. I do not have a functional second team. Since I have Sunday, and I've got... I'm working on building Remembrance Trailblazer, I forgot to hold my Stagnant Shadow runs until the end of the week. I got overzealous and I cleared the weeklies day this week because it was Monday and my week didn't really turn to a mess until Tuesday. I cannot take Remembrance Trailblazer up any higher because I don't have any boss drops. And she needs the Fei Xiao boss.
I've still got a bunch of those, but I haven't taken mine any higher because I haven't got the gear for her yet.
Yeah,
she doesn't care that much about set bonuses compared to most characters, but it's still better to have them.
Yeah,
I'll have to spend some time farming her up. I've seen some pretty impressive damage per screenshot demonstrations of what Remembrance Trailblazer is capable of, but since I'm not committed to going all in on Aglaya, I have not been rushing to do it.
Aglaya's blonde. The only blonde 5-star female in the game. So, I have to get her.
She's a bit of an odd duck story-wise. Like,
I was not sold.
She seems to be warm occasionally, but she seems to be also, like, cold and ruthless other times.
I was not sold on her as a character until she takes you underground for the first time.
I think she's a very interesting character. She seems to be a character who is being the designated this is mortality contending with immortality in person character for the setting. Yeah. Like she's having a rough time of it and watching her emotions rot away basically. But yeah, she's definitely an interesting character, and she was fun to use in those times that you get to use her. But yeah, I don't know that I've got the resources. Like, if I go all in on Aglaya, then that's going to cost me probably real money at some other point when other characters that I really want come down the line. So I haven't committed to it yet. If I get the vibe that she's going to be like absolutely necessary going forward, then I might pull on her. It all depends on what comes up next for the next Apocalyptic Shadow, what comes up next for the next Pure Fiction. Like, I don't know that they'll lean into her too hard in Pure Fiction, since she's blast type more or less, isn't she?
She's I'm not actually sure how it works and how often you can keep her buff up, because we only get to use her against 3 trash fights, so I don't know how much we can keep
And she
them.
vaporizes those fights with such incredible alacrity that you really can't tell what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know how often you're supposed to keep the install super running. Like, you can't get a feel for that in the 3 trash fights you do with her in the main story.
Yeah, and she's also lightning aspect. So, like, well, do I need that? I mean, Acheron is still there. She didn't go anywhere. And for most purposes, she's still pretty damn serviceable.
Yeah, and you can, in theory, still run her with Remembrance Trailblazers. She won't get as much from Sunday as a Remembrance character would. Also, she uses
Well, I mean,
non-standard energy
I
bars, so she doesn't have battery.
there's a fix for that. The whatchamacallit, Remembrance Trailblazer gets credit for non-standard batteries according to one of the Eidolons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you should have by now, if you'd played through the story, have enough stuff to max the Eidolons for
Yeah,
the Trailblazer.
the storybook thing. I think I've not used Remembrance Trailblazer very much.
Yeah, there's an Eidolon that gives a flat rate return to for characters that don't have standard energy bars.
Yeah, because it seems like she
Yeah.
could work as an acceptable sub DPS / support pseudo support for like your Fei Shaos and your Acherons, but they don't use energy, and that means Mim doesn't get juice, and Mim needs juice badly.
Yeah. Also, I've noticed that while Sunday is heavily coded for Remembrance, he's still a very acceptable. I want to jam a support in here character.
Yeah, oh yeah, you want to
Like he just seems to work everywhere. Like he's sort of like just a raw all damage to the front guns version of Run May, in which you can stick him in there. Which is why I've been pairing him with the Herta all the time, because it allows me to run Herta really slow and still get like a bajillion crit damage.
Yeah, it lets you abuse the Herta and Jade synergy together, because you can action advance the character that's going to hit literally everything, get Jade 5 stacks, and build up Herta's stacks on the enemy.
So yeah, there's definitely a lot of advantages to that. I've heard that there are some people who run the Herta with Sunday and Bronya, so they can just advance even more.
I'm just loving how narcissistic her calling herself Herta is good.
Is that what she's?
It's beautiful.
Is that what it's actually called on her banner?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
There's even a little bit of guff about it, about how they wanted the not the IPC, oh, there might be the IPC. The people who are marketing her wanted to call her like Herta Prime or something like that, but she wouldn't accept anything less than the Herta.
Yeah.
Probably.
There is narcissism, and then there is the Herta.
Probably Jade. The most explicitly morally dubious IPC member that isn't named Scott that we've run into.
I think that probably, like, all told, Scott is one of the most memorable characters in the game.
He's
memorable. He's just such an absolute dumpster fire of immorality.
Scott would probably eventually fade into memory, if not for Mr. Tail.
Well, Mr. Tail has made sure that Scott is now immortalized.
Just the exasperated and surprised, what?
It's like, because you can tell that Mr. Tail has been hanging around with Human for too long, because he thought that it was going to be he's got a crusty exterior, but actually deep down there's a heart of gold there just waiting to break out. And then Mr. Tail goes and is like, oh, he's actually just a cunt. He's a cunt all the way through. I was totally wrong about that. There's nothing down here to find. There's nothing down here to rehabilitate. He's just a dick.
Thousands of years of life, finally adjusting to life as a Heliobus spirit attached to the human world, understands human emotions, being bonded to Woho forever, sees this poor guy that needs some psychotherapy, takes up his day job as a psychotherapist, goes in his brain. I know exactly how this is going to go. I've seen this trope of what? Oh, he is just that big of a douchebag.
Sometimes that's the only answer there is.
Oh, he'll surely have a tragic backstory. Oh, he had to betray his parents. His parents must have been very sad. No. What? His dad was happy that his son sold him out for personal gain.
What?
Because it's a proud family tradition.
Yeah. Meanwhile, this game is telling me there's a treasure down there. That is
You
a
really
very
wanna swim in that?
sus-looking lap. Like
I wouldn't swim in that.
that
Oh,
looks like yeah, it's very sus looking. Let's just say.
Oh, you're at the purple goop lake.
Nope,
No,
not that sus. Lake.
purple would be a step up.
Yeah. This is decidedly less pleasant.
Oh, the green goop lake.
Yeah.
You can't swim in down in the green goop lake. Game says no.
Again, it says no.
I don't know if it's a side quest or a puzzle around here you gotta do to open up green goop lake. You could try shooting water at it with the swirly thing over here. But
Anyway, at any rate, as I mentioned last time, the next two characters are Tribby and I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce my day's name because they pronounce it several different ways in the Japanese because the English doesn't sync up to it. Because there's like an abbreviated version of his name, and then there's the full version of his name, and then there's Tribby, who doesn't call anybody by their name. And he's the rehabilitation of the blade mechanic, basically. So I expect we're liable to see going forward at some point a support that capitalizes on HP adjustment, sort of Fontaine style. And then there's Tribby, who is the support who this basically seems to be the support version of Yunli, but it's probably a better support than Sunday for the Herter. Not really sure about that just yet, but I think that if you ran her alongside the Herter, you'd need to run the Herter for speed. So, yeah, remains to be seen how that will work. And then, those are the 5.1 characters. The 3.1 characters. 3.2 is Castoris, and it's looking like probably Pardophilus' alternate. I can't remember what her name is all of a sudden. That's the one that Aglaya says at the very end of the main plot that she will ask her to go and investigate.
oh yeah, I do recall
The one that they I think at one point they complain that she's not doing anything particularly Cresso's Air like because she's too busy using her abilities for personal gain. But yeah, so I think she's a likely candidate, but there's less leaks about her than there is about a couple of the other candidates. One of them looks like they're likely to be physical nihility, which with a dot as one of their abilities, according to some of the leaks. So maybe they're going to try and rehabilitate Dot. Who knows? But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff floating around out there that are potential things. So I haven't made any concrete pulling plans yet, other than I'll probably pull on Castoris, who rumors say is Remembrance, because her previous loading in the pre-Remembrance version of the beta client suggested that wasn't actually her true path wasn't recorded against her, I think. So she's probably going to be Remembrance, so I'll probably look at her because she's adorable and just looks like kind of a drowned kitten a lot of the time. And is inexplicably an elf because for some reason Hoyo just likes to inexplicably make characters elves at random. They never explain that in Genshin, do they?
Nope.
Some characters have pointy ears or animal tails or anything. No.
Yeah, they're just people who happen to be there for whatever reason. You know,
Sidgewing comes the closest, but that doesn't explain a whole lot about her either. It just raises more questions.
Sedgewing has a very specific backstory.
she's the only person with an explained backstory as far as different species are concerned.
She is yeah.
You hear a lot about Klee's family, but not what they are.
That's because her mom.
They're a smoldering crater.
Her mother is one of the heavy hitters of Teyvat.
Yeah,
she's one of those like that group of witches who are basically the most powerful magic users on Teyvat, which is why she's never around.
Well, she's around. She's just usually in a teacup or something.
Yeah, she's having a tea party in another dimension or whatever.
It's okay.
Hard to
As
say.
bitches do.
Light ball.
Where is it? Where is the ball?
Anyway, so
Yeah.
the story aspect of it. I liked it. I liked it. It was not a sort of like an awe-inspired, blow me away feeling, but it was sort of like a very comfy. We're exploring a new civilization type of scenario to me. I like the way a lot of the regions are put together. It's got a very distinct feel and flavor. I feel like the people living on Amphorius like puzzles a little too much, because they can't build themselves a normal temple. I feel like I'm playing Zelda.
But what's a good temple without half a dozen puzzles?
They go on for a while, each one.
Oh
So
no!
I don't know how anybody makes it across the room on Amphorius because they're going to end up getting stuck in some puzzle or other.
And they must all have pocket Acherons.
Yeah, like it would have taken me an awful lot longer with that Acheron to get through all that. Although for a while I just didn't use her, and I used the Herta instead. And well, everything nearly is weak to ice, so the Herta sort of made mincemeat.
They're also all
everything
weak.
I ran into.
They're also all weak to Quantum, and I did a similar thing with Jade before I finally got tired of it and switched to Acheron.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of puzzles, but I don't actually feel like there's significantly more than there were in the sort of like the real exploratory sections of the Penacony storyline where you're spending a lot of time in non-Euclidean geometry. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I didn't hate any of the puzzles. I felt like some of them were too hand-holdy. I think that they could have reduce the number of hints by about 75% and it would still be fine.
This is always a problem with Hoyo games when it comes to their puzzles.
Yeah, they do. They just want everybody to be able to do them, and I understand the logic there because they've got a very broad age range in their customer base. They can't just make everything hard as balls, but I think it could have afforded to be a little bit more reserved than it really was.
Let people actually solve a puzzle. Don't just give them the answer unless they're taking forever and they explicitly ask for it, like the overlapping triangle puzzles.
I had to ask for one of them because I spent ages staring at it. To be fair, I had been drinking, but
no, there's one of them that's just infinitely harder than the other ones.
That was one where there were just 3 little diamonds in a vertical column in the center that I got stuck on.
That one is a pain in the ass.
Like, I was like, I've had too much to drink for this. I can't do this. Somebody give me some help. I had to ask for like 3 hints before I understood what was going on.
I had to ask for like at least 2. That one is just a monster compared to all the other ones.
Even if you asked me to do it again now, I probably couldn't do it.
Yeah, no, that is just it is not a complicated puzzle. Its mechanics are not hard at all to understand. This particular layout, though, is just so WTF that it takes multiple attempts because most of them are pretty simple, and this one is such a step up from the other ones.
Yeah, I did skip most of the puzzles going through because I knew I had limited time to work with, and I wanted to get the story out of the way since Hoyo assumes this. That was one of the ones that I did stop and do, and deeply regretted it.
The worst. I'm not even gonna call it a puzzle. Time waster attached to the chests. Instead of trotters, we have the spirit thief.
Yeah, he's a bit of a dick.
I don't like the gameplay just hard stop interruption that happens for like a solid 2 minutes whenever you run into one.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that it takes too long. Like, if it just like if you clicked the button and it manifested a puzzle which you solved and then got the thing, I don't think anybody would care.
But no, you gotta watch
but it's the fact that he's got to stop and be a tool to you first.
Yeah, he's got to show up, do his little dance, grab the treasure chest, slowly follow his little trail to the portal, and then go in the portal, and then you've got to play the very slow, basic fishing game, and then play the dialogue tree options to see if you have to fight him or you manage to talk him out of sticking around and just give the chest back to you. And then if you gotta do the fight, it's a gimmick fight where you gotta use specific types of attacks on him, and it can take a while if your loadout is an exploratory team that isn't exactly built for cohesion. Maybe you don't have a character that can do ultimate damage. I ran into this problem and it annoyed me very much.
He got the hurted every time, so it didn't really matter what he wanted.
But yeah, I that stupid spirit thief is the biggest stick out for exploring Amphorius when it comes to just pace breaker. The rest of the puzzles, I don't recall any of the other ones being particularly bad. I like the goat puzzles.
Yeah, it's a little bit fresh. I found like so I understand what they're going for, and I feel like I've played another game that has the same puzzle in it recently. I just don't know exactly what it was. But
they remind me of the Clocky puzzles, the ones where you had to build the path for Clocky.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a fresh type of puzzle rather than going back to the same old standbys, and I do enjoy those. I haven't found any that make me rage simply because they have a very good puzzle solving internal logic, and there's sort of like heuristic strategies you can use to approach deciding what the right path to follow is. You don't just have to blindly try random crap. And that I appreciate that, because when it came to doing those 3 diamonds, I blindly tried random crap for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, that I was stuck on that thing for like a solid 10 15 before I was like, no, I give up.
But yeah, I enjoyed that. I like the environments. The people of Amphorius obviously really like baths a lot, because that is a heck of a large bath.
At least they're clean.
They are clean, just more than we can say for the inhabitants of Tevat, who most of whom don't appear to have houses in certain continents on the planet. Overall I liked it. I like the exploratory aspects of it. I feel like the biggest weakness broadly was that some of the areas are a little bit too samey. Like there are a couple of like one particular pairing of temples is basically indistinguishable. Like the Temple of Okama and the Temple of Yanis are basically the temple of what's the time temple and the passage temple are basically identical. I know that they're allied gods, but they don't really look any different to each other. And the identity of the time one breaks down a lot because time is the primary mechanic used everywhere, so it doesn't really feel like it has any identity of its own. And yeah, this is the main problem, is that you've got multiple temples devoted to multiple different gods, but unlike in Zelda, they don't have a characteristic that makes them unique to that god, which is really what it needs, I think.
Yeah, you wind up using the time puzzle in all 3 of the ones we do right now. And the other thing I noticed about these temples is they really are going for the hardcore dungeon crawly aesthetic with them. They're making these much bigger and longer, so anything that doesn't jive with you when you're going through is going to stick with you for a much longer period of time. So, and I did notice the aesthetics as well, and that was wearing on me. For those 2 temples, and even by the end of the Fire Temple, the Strife Temple, I was like, are we at the end yet?
Yeah, the other thing I think that it bothers me a little bit, I don't think it bothers anybody else. Well, there's going to be a small group of people who are bothered by this, of which I am one, and that's that everything is a randomized mishmash of Greek and Roman with no distinction between them, and it's actually very jarring to constantly shuttle between Greek and Roman, Greek and Roman, Greek and Roman all in one place.
That part of it in particular doesn't bother me that much, because that's pretty common in media. It happens a lot.
No, it's not. It's not to this extent. Usually they will pick one or the other and lean like 90% into that with 10% seasoning from the other one. This case is 50-50 split straight down the middle, which is why it's so disorienting.
I see. The bigger thing I had in that regard was the spelling, and that they cannot decide whether they want to go with the traditional spelling for the character that this is clearly a reference to. Like there's uh, Paris and Heracles and those that have proper spelling, and then there's other ones that just have very slight spelling deviations for no reason. I cannot recall off
Well,
the top
I
of my
mean,
head.
if they're Greek and then you Romanize it, then you can spell it however you want because it's not really a standard system. So a lot of them are names that are sort of like they're made up to be based on another one. Like they've taken a masculine name from Greek and have tried to come up with a feminine name for the Romanization of it that is based on English. So the problem here is that Greek bears very little resemblance to other languages other than sort of like Old Slavonic. It's a little bit like Old Slavonic. And there's like a seasoning of it in Latin, but the language that we're dealing with is English, and English is not like Greek, and it's not a Romance language either. It's a Germanic language. So the gap in English between English and Greek is enormous, and the gap between English and Latin is large and only sort of artificially curtailed by the fact that we steal about 70% of our root words from Latin. So when it comes to synchronizing things in English and sort of like Greek inspired, there's not really a good consistent way to do it, especially if the name in question exists in both a Latin form and a Greek form, and then they've got to pick one and create an English form for it. While the Roman alphabet and the English alphabet share 24 of their letters or whatever, there's not a great synchronicity between the Greek alphabet and the English alphabet. It's sort of more like 60-70%. And they've got some extra letters and they're missing some letters. So when it comes to the way words are constructed, you could Romanize it one way or another way. And if you're taking a masculine name to make it feminine or a feminine name to make it masculine, just by tacking something that seems Hellenic or Romanesque to the end, then it's going to result in some janky spelling.
Yeah. So the story itself and the story it told. You mentioned mostly positive impressions. I don't
They
have
were
negative
not
impressions.
strong. They were not strong positive impressions, but they were mostly positive impressions. Like there was nothing that dipped below the negative line. There was no like I'm super hyped for this moment either. Like it's not the most exciting thing.
Yeah, there were.
I found Penacony to be more exciting as when it was coming off the starting block, because it was just sort of generally a more mysterious place. But I found in some respects this more intriguing because it feels like there are more irons in the fire.
Yeah, this whole patch's main story. There were some character moments I liked, but yeah, I got a vibe of okay, we'll see where they're going with this. Pretty
Well,
much
they did
my
say explicitly that unlike the previous patches, this is going to be a 7-patch story.
yeah, because
Not like a 3 or 4 patch story with a bunch of epilogues and side stories tacked on to the very end.
yeah,
Like I liked the feel that I feel like there are some pacing issues in there, but I like the feel of like now you're looking at what's going on with the main party. Now you're looking at what's going on back at the city. Now you're looking at what's going on the Astral Express. Now you're seeing what Herta is up to. Like I like that move towards a more ensemble approach.
yeah. I think it works better, especially given that we've typecast Stell at this point. Stell
Yeah, I
as
don't think anybody's not playing Goober Stell at this point.
there are some dialogue options that just do not give you a non-galactic baseballer answer.
Yeah. Incidentally, did you see that the Chalk Eaters did a Star Rail song a couple of weeks back?
Yeah, I have not
Basically-
actually
I'm pretty
listened
sure
to it
I
in full.
posted it. I posted it in the music chat.
Yeah, I think you did.
Hoyofe
But
was on.
it's basically Stell's love song to trash cans.
Yeah, a lot of people are really, really sick of that meme, and I can understand them being really, really sick of that meme, but I'm not. So
No, I'm not.
suck it. I don't care if you're sick of it. I'm still not sick of it. It's not it's not as though it's actually the center of the game. Like every time people see that joke come up again, they say, "Oh, all you care about is doing the same old tired meme again and again and again." It's like, no, not really. Like there's the one scenario where Stell investigates a trash can shaped basket and as a result meets the Amphorius version of Diogenes. And this is the only time that joke really comes out.
Yeah.
I do feel like they can lean into Stell's gooberness more because they've typecast her now, and just her
Well,
general moments.
I feel like that Gooberness stands out better if you have good comedic timing, and the role for Estelle at the moment is to be a great hero. So there is a certain amount of comedy to be gained from her biding her time and then unsheathing the goober at the least appropriate moment.
Like,
Yeah.
hello, I am the Galactic Baseballer. Have you ever not picked an option that is hello, I'm the Galactic Baseballer?
Occasionally I do.
If there's something more ridiculous on the wheel?
Well, sometimes it's just my mood. Like if I think, looking back on this as a memory, since they don't let me replay the game, I would feel a bit iffy if I'd said that at this particular point in time because it's really not reading the room.
Oh, and did you try to kiss Donkey Kong?
I tried to get him to bring it in for a hug, but I don't think I tried to give him CPR.
I tried to give him CPR just to see what would
I
happen here, because there was no way this wasn't going to be funny.
I complimented him on his landing pose because that reminded me of a particular line in Bleach where Orihime does the same thing when they enter Soul Society. But I did not try and think of a new name for his next reincarnation.
I did. But yeah, I don't have much to say about the grand story of Amphorius' start, because a lot of it is, all right, they can work with this. We'll see where they go with it.
Yeah, I don't think it's any significantly better or worse than any other starts to the story, excepting Jianzhou Lofu, which just gets lost in the weeds super fast. But
It
I
does.
mean, Nutlan was the same thing, and by the time we got to the second chapter, it really went good places. So, I think that it's a reasonably solid start, and I liked the wandering around of the environments. The environments felt more cohesive and less like a strip mall than Penacony's did. Partly that was because Penacony is full of strip malls, but yeah, I liked the layout. I liked the way it's put together. It's I had a fun time sort of poking around the shops to see what they were selling and whatnot. I did note one thing in that they are selling a consumable in the shops that just buffs dot damage through the ceiling.
Can
So
you
it's sort of like
buy it?
a consumable that's just like all dots do like 35% more damage or whatever.
Damn.
So
Black Swan
obviously they're trying
again.
they're trying to band-aid the fact they don't have a solution for dot right now. And there are people who are going to have dot characters coming back to the game, and they will need to be able to survive somehow. Because that final boss hits pretty hard.
Does. But
Yeah, he tagged me good and proper. I didn't get defeated by him, but he did kill the Herter when he had about 25% of his health left, and then Mini Herter finished him off. But I did not expect him to have like 3 different ultimate kill everybody moves, but he does.
yeah, don't sit on the spears. Kill the spears.
Yeah, this is a bad idea. They should probably go.
Probably consider bringing a healer as well instead of a shielder.
Yeah, I brought a to the mini version of him. I brought Fushuen, and that went okay. It prevents you from getting any characters one shot, but if the fight gets long, you end up in deep doo doo. I brought Lingsha to the second time, and it basically real Lingsha hours, you're going to get characters are just going to get jibbed because of the max health penalties that boss applies. It's not really any way around that. You get your timing wrong on the fight and it's over.
Mm.
But yeah, it was a reasonable boss fight. I just didn't really understand what was going on most of the time because I did not expect you to pull out a second ultimate after pulling out the first ultimate. So yeah. It didn't traumatize me as much as Sam did. Sam, I still have nightmares about that boss.
I did not have Robin with me, and she had been subbed out for Jade because I was goofing around. But I had otherwise Fart, and good thing Jade was there because those spears would not have died.
Yeah. The Herta was able to make reasonably short work of them. The theory that you're supposed to focus fire a character's one down with that particular character didn't really bear out for me very much because I had, double erudition and support and healer. So
I had Jade sign a contract with Adventurine instead of Topaz because he hits everybody, so he gets a gazillion follow-up attacks. So Jade could just go to town on the everything, kill the spears.
But yeah, as far as the sort of the character writing goes through, I felt like probably the Crown Prince of Kremnos was the best realized of the characters in the span of time available. And Aglaya was pretty good as well, although it was kind of backloaded. I'm interested to see if they do a bit more there. I was sort of a bit surprised to see how when you start filling in the sort of the very florid poetical backstory of each of the characters, how little we actually got done in this particular patch. But all of the characters have a little bit there to sort of whet your appetite. Like Aglaya sort of struggling with her loss of emotions as she sort of gets worn away by time. This is sort of like revisiting the classic Hoyoverse trope about the sort of degradation of characters that are forced to live for ridiculously extended periods of time, and they just sort of wear down. There's a lot of sort of hints being dropped that Tribby is not quite as stable as she lets on, because it seems like she was forced to take her divinity across 3 persons simply because she couldn't handle it otherwise. Finon is a hot mess in Honkai Impact 3rd. I expect the same is going to be true in Honkai Star Rail. He's just kind of a disaster case of trauma conga line and idealism that doesn't seem to quite go his way ever.
Me.
You're not really sure where they're going with Mem or with Orynyx. It was sort of nice to see the Stellaron hunters again. I just wish we'd been able to see them in the flesh a bit. I feel like the story feels their absence when they're not around more keenly than most of the other groups, because they are a very key part of the meta arc, and I feel like when you've got a meta arc sort of simmering in the background, you need to periodically remind people that it's there when you're busy doing other things. And that's basically what the Stellaron hunters do, and I think it's kind of nice to see them again. Especially because the only one that you see with any regularity is Silverwolf, and it's because she keeps poking her nose into your business.
But Mim is definitely not a dog. Although, every time my character talks to her, as far as my style is convinced, Mim is a dog.
That's as far as you IRL is convinced. Do you think everything is a dog if it has 4 limbs?
Usually it has to be quadrupedal. Mim doesn't.
But yeah, I haven't got any mileage out of Mim yet because I haven't built Remembrance Trailblazer. But from all accounts, Remembrance Trailblazer is at least as good as Harmony Trailblazer, which I think is a very good direction for main character power to go. It doesn't necessarily need that mean that the main character ought to always be like an absolute archetype setter or anything like that. But being better than Hydro Traveler is probably a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, Hydro Traveler is probably one of the best to the second best Traveler we've gotten. But, man, Hydro Traveler happened. But the other thing with Remembrance Trailblazer, though, is even though they're a Remembrance and they need to juice Mim, at present, with the characters we have and characters we know about and have experimented with and played with, she's not locked to Remembrance, not enabling the Remembrance archetype specifically. She'll benefit from any synergies they have by having other Remembrance characters around, and will probably be important later if you decide to go that route. But at the moment, she's actually a generalist.
Yeah, and I think that that's a good thing. Basically, Harmony Trailblaze was not useful unless you were tooling around with Break.
Yeah,
And there's like a lot of people could tool around with Break because they also made Shuyi selectable as a free character at the time, and they had recently had a free Shuyi giveaway, and lots of people have Himeko who can be built for Break. Like, you've got Break options, but you really are sort of backing up the wrong tree if you're trying to use her primarily and solely to enable that archetype. There were a couple of teams that people got to work, which were sort of like tag team March 7th Hunt Harmony Trailblazer. There was some success there, but most people didn't run that team because she just leans too hard into other archetypes that you're usually going to prefer to build.
Yeah, and without weakness install built onto the team with Firefly, it's just hard to get Break off the ground.
Yeah, I really think that weakness install is a bad direction for the game design as a whole. I think that they should be very reticent to use that because it's one of those things that basically takes a game mechanic off the table. And the idea that Break is going to be a separate standalone archetype, and they are trying to introduce it with this one primary premium unit at the time, which was Firefly, sort of forced her to be weakness install character because you've got only one way of exploiting an entire archetype with this one character to serve as the point man. And you've got no choices about that. There's only one relevant character. If you don't have it, you can't build it. End of story. Just sort of why I got so salty at the sheer number of people who are saying, oh, every character's a Break character. I'm so sick of Break characters. It's like, well, yeah, they're trying to construct an archetype from the ground up, and there's literally only one character that you can use in each slot. That's why. That's why it seems like they're always releasing Break characters, because there were none before. But yeah, it's I think that they've hit a very good balance, or so it seems, at this stage with Remembrance Trailblazer, where you can use her effectively as a generalist support. She provides a good introduction to a new character archetype. She provides a good introduction to a new team archetype. Basically, you're hitting all of the things that you need to hit with that character.
Mm-hmm.
And you have an animal sidekick.
That's Animal Friends.
Who is allegedly not a dog.
Have you seen Mim Fern?
I have not.
Find a picture of Mim.
It's obligatory, adorable sidekick by the sound of it.
It is
literally looks like a magical girl sidekick.
No!
It is so twee. It's startling.
And it says its name like it's a Pokemon.
It does.
Of course it does.
It does say its name like it's Pokemon. Oh, here we go. This is the perfect image to convey what the fudge I'm talking about. Try to find one in game too.
Oh dear.
Oh, here's your splash art for the character. Where's a picture in game? Oh, here we go.
That thing is nauseatingly cute.
I think the biggest criticism I have of Remembrance Trailblazer is that it really clashes with Estelle's Trash Bandit aesthetic.
I mean, now she has a raccoon friend.
I mean, it kind of fits with her gooberness. I don't see it working with Kalis, though. But Kalis doesn't exist, apparently, so whatever.
Yeah, of all the Hoyo games...
Well, okay, Kalis is like literally Charlie Swaglord at this point. They even look the same.
They pretty much do, don't they?
Yeah. As far as the
Gotta pop
community,
them collars.
I see as much Aether as Lumine would, and the Hoyo community or Hoyoverse seems to treat Aether as the protagonist of Genshin instead of the Lumine. But you got in ZZZ, Bell and Wise are their own unique characters, so it isn't, and they operate as a unit anyway. They're not separated or mutually exclusive. But in Star Rail, it definitely feels like Stell is the character, just from the amount of when people talk about the main character of Star Rail, nobody posts Kalis.
No, I'm afraid to say you're categorically wrong about that. They are about 50%.
Is it?
I spend way more time on the social medias than you do. Believe me, they're about 50%. It cuts both ways. The distribution between Kalis and Stell is about the same as it is for all the Hoyo leads. They're all pretty much 50-50 in all of those 3 leading games. There's not really any meaningful difference.
My point of reference is comics and thumbnails, because I will find that the comics that the fan artists make for these games weasel their way into
one-shot
threads.
One-shot comics are way more commonly Stell. Multi-panel comics are way more commonly Kalis.
Yeah, because comics will make their way into my my feed more than anything else. It seems like, I don't know why. They just creep their way out of social media and find their way to my eyes.
The advantage that Kalis has, and it's the same advantage that Aether has at this stage. This doesn't really apply to Wise for various reasons, but the advantage is that all of the stories which are like future children of main character with story character all give Kalis a huge advantage because there's so many more female characters. So he's basically Kalis and Aether have a genre to themselves that essentially Stell and Lumine don't have any ability to enter into.
I see. I see plenty of Aether. Like, I see Aether as much as Lumine. I might see more Aether than Lumine in some cases, but I don't.
That's because there was a meme that went around the community in the time when we had stopped playing, that Aether was canon and Lumine was just sort of like an alternate thing that wasn't really real. And this lodged in the brains of a lot of the community for a long time that, the people who are playing Lumine are just doing the game wrong.
See,
it sort of faded away now, but it was the case for a while where everybody just, no, Aether's canon and people who are playing Lumine are just playing the wrong game, basically.
Yeah, because
a fake version of the story.
But definitely, I see significantly more Stell in the stuff that creeps its way. I barely see any Kalis at all.
I see it's about 50-50. Especially, and it was skewed heavily Stell early on, but after the introduction of Firefly, it basically shot right back over to the 50-50 line. Basically, because Firefly plays off Kalis much better than she does off of Stell.
Yeah, the date doesn't work as good. But all the stuff I see is just them being turbo goobers.
Like there's a lot of stuff that got generated during the Ghost Hunting Squad era is very heavily skewed Stell because that story doesn't work with Kalis.
Yeah, Fern, if you ever get around to Star Rail and go through the Ghost Hunting story, I wonder how different your experience is going to be, because the tone of that story is going to be radically different with Kalis.
Yeah.
Like the entire storyline is basically an incredibly cracked VTuber collab.
Oh dear.
With Mr. Tail and Wobo.
That sounds incredibly weird.
It's weird, but I really liked it. It's still my favorite event that the game has ever had.
It will set you up for stories with Scott and Mr. Tail.
Scott's a dick.
Yeah.
Well, no, you've got to do the story that actually sets Scott up first.
Oh yeah, he does have the. You got to do his very first appearance before you do the Ghost Hunting story.
Right. Yeah, I'll get back to Star Rail eventually.
That one's the original Scott story is sort of like a very, very classic cartoon story about the sort of like the property developer comes in and he knows he can make more money off of this area if you would only, you know, sell the rights to him type of thing, and then you've got to sort of rescue the commercial viability of the area to prove that it doesn't need him type of thing. That type of
Mhm.
story. Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
But it doesn't go so well for him by the end of the story because, of course, he's the antagonist. So of course, he's going to lose in the end.
Of course.
And he just sort of becomes a lolcow after that. He's always trying to recoup some kind of credibility and tends to be met with mixed success.
Well,
Yeah.
if it's March 7th's Gaucho route, he gets negative success.
I felt like that was probably that particular scenario is probably the thing that gives you the most insight into Gaucho's character than anything else that you see in this story.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, he's a doctor who just casually poisons people.
Because why not, I guess.
There is I had the English on for that route, and Scott's voice acting in English, the actor clearly was like, "You want me to say what?"
Yeah.
It's nothing that shocking. It's just so dramatic and weird. But that's another thing. The story patch in Star Rail. The voice actor situation has made it so most of the characters from that were released pre, what you call it, pre Amphorius are just not voiced in English.
Yeah. I
For
run into a
Amphorius.
little bit of Genshin when you do the music event.
Oh, for the most the new thing they added.
The new rhythm game, yeah. You get fantastically voiced modern Paimon and Mute Venti.
Yeah. This is a trend that has been in Genshin for the whole way through. Now, for the main story and the character stories and the continuances, I have been playing Star Rail in Japanese for the most part, unless I forget to turn it back on, and only switch into English.
You didn't want to go through an entire 3.x arc of Butter Vision?
I do not want to hear "Life is Butter Vision." And Don Hung has probably like 300 voice lines. In
fact, they lampshaded in the plot. Like at one point, Stell says to him, "You know, you've said more today than you have in the last 3 planets we visited."
Yeah, he is the main partner character for the start of Amphorius, and I could not stomach "Life is Butter Vision." I don't care how much you like Aunt Jemima's. Like,
I don't know what that means.
It's maple syrup and butter, and all they sell, or they used to before they renamed themselves to Pearl Milling Company because Aunt Jemima was racist or something.
What about all the people who are aunts who are named Jemima?
What about the literal Aunt Jemima who founded the company?
She was probably racist.
She was black.
Are you trying to tell me black people can't be racist?
Boy, that's what they tell me.
Anyway.
But
that's
yeah, you will just not have the option to play in English for the Amphorius patch until they go back and patch it in.
Yeah.
There've been some rumors going around that Hoyo's doing a general pivot to looking for English voice actors who are operating out of other countries like Japan particularly, that obviously are not tied to any kind of English talent agency or, more importantly, English unions.
Yeah, because the California, well, the entire voice acting union monster that exists in the US right now is such a cancer on the industry that, aside from allowing no competition and stagnating a whole bunch of roles, it just causes all kinds of bureaucratic issues, even for people that aren't in the union.
Yeah.
And hoops they have to jump through, and problems with accreditation, where a company can't just give credits to something if it hasn't got the go-ahead from the union ahead of time. It's basically California logic being injected in the entire industry writ large. And this is with the current strike going on, it has led to a lot of problems getting voice actors consistently. And you've got some independent studios that are willing to set up to get around the strike, but all the major agencies that is already employed at are not playing ball, and all the a bunch of the companies that use
So
these agencies
what I didn't realize is that that SAG-AFTRA have enough legal power to actually force somebody to join them if they do more than a certain number of jobs which are related in any way to the union.
That's not corrupt at all.
Yeah, it's a total racket. The power that union has, and several other California-based unions as well, where if you are able to break into a ecosystem that they operate in as an independent or as a contractor with a smaller company that isn't, they can take you to court over subverting their work and taking jobs from their people. In California, because it's insane, has laws that actually protect that crap.
They are a law in and of themselves as well. I found they are actually allowed to fine their members for infractions.
Yeah.
Like they're basically able to execute their own parallel law internally because that's how powerful unions are in California.
Yeah. There's a reason I have been so anti-union basically my whole life. And it's because I have the California...
I knew it was bad. I didn't realize that they'd basically created a parallel legal system exclusively for unions in California.
Now, their ability to enforce it is rather dubious. If you can manage to get work with companies that do not give a crap, then the union has no power. Because they can't stop a company in another state from just hiring you. But they can ban you from being able to work with any company that has union ties, and they can take that to court and take that company to court. So they can drastically limit your options if they decide to fine you and you say, well, no. So their enforcement may not be absolute, but they will certainly reduce your options, whether or not you want to play ball with the union or not. Like the entire union system in the West Coast area and in the Austin area needs to just be demolished.
Yeah.
It has done nothing for anybody except make lives terrible.
Well, the problem with unions, though, is that they are the most powerful lobbyists in any system, so there's no way to demolish them.
Yeah. Well, the lobbies themselves, no, you can't do anything about them, but you can attempt
Well, they control the lobbies directly. Like, if they have that much money and power behind them, if anybody tried to make it illegal for them to do what they're doing, they would just lobby to have the law struck.
Yeah.
And they would be successful because they've got that much money and power.
Yeah.
They are a law unto themselves.
Because you can't the problem is that they can lobby the government itself. Instead of this just being, because when Europeans think of union lobbies, they think of lobbies that just interface with the employer. And I get this argument a lot about how collective action is actually really powerful and so. I'm like, oh, what country are you from? Oh, I'm from so-and-so in continental Europe. Oh, well, that's why you think that way. Because our lobbies don't
and the
operate
US
that way.
lobbies choose politicians.
Yeah, ours have enough influence in politics that they can just pay off people to make sure the policies they want get passed.
And you got to keep in mind as well, judges are elected in the US.
Yeah.
So they can choose the judges too.
Yeah. It is very hard to contest a local judge because there usually aren't any candidates other than like the one up for re-election. Somebody may run for his seat, but usually the incumbent judge is going to win because nobody looks at the judge. So they'll get whoever they want in there. If so, they really want to run an ad campaign to dethrone a judge and replace them, they can do that. It's just a corrupt mess, and unless California implodes and all semblance of current law disappears, California will be this tumor that causes this to be an issue for everybody that has to interface with any industry that they use. I found.
Yep.
Yeah, this whole strike has caused all kinds of issues for tons of live service games right now. for smaller titles, apparently, it has actually led to a lot of work for independents again. But the problem with being independent is the lobby can block you out of jobs if you call with them. So if they want to remain independent, well, we'll have to see how that goes. Because it's not, yeah, it's a very complicated situation. It goes even deeper than this. I could talk about the relations between the agencies and the company networks, and how the entire company network has to be on board with it, and how that's delaying any kind of progress on this, even if the demands they asked for would impact things other than voice acting. Like it is just a colossal mess that the union created with this. And if it was just, some voice actors taking collective action to ensure AI doesn't get used to replicate their voices and take their job, most people could reasonably understand that as a realistic concern. But that is not at all what's going on. Not in its entirety.
Yeah. Anywho, we should wrap it up because look at the time.
Yeah. So.
Holy crap!
Yeah.
Yeah.
When did that happen?
We'll leave game news for next week because honestly, this week I flipped open the lid, looked at the game industry, everything is on fire, so I closed it again.
There is the Switch 2 announcement, but we
Yeah,
don't
but
know
it's like
anything.
it's literally an announcement. They announced that it exists, which
Yeah, it
everybody
says
knew
that-
already.
This is the Switch 2. It exists. This is Nintendo's thing. We threw it together over the weekend. Here you go. Bye.
This mock-up was made in a child's art and craft class.
Because little Jimmy's learning Blender. Look what he made. Yeah, so that's basically all that was. It's like it exists.
Yeah, there might be more news on it later. There are a few points of discussion about just the design itself that might be worth talking about next week. We'll see how the news lineup looks. Though.
Yeah, until we get the specs and the performance of the thing, it's going to be really hard to.
Have they got a Nintendo Direct scheduled or anything to talk about it, or are they just trying to get out ahead of a rumor that they realized had leaked from a mailroom or something?
From what I understand, there's been a pretty major leak. Someone was apparently maybe buying information from a insider.
I know that there were, a few weeks ago there were a bunch of photographs of the main boards going around.
Yeah. Let me see. Nintendo Direct.
I think the like everything for this thing has been turbo leaked and is now the cat's not out of the bag. It's been given a home with a scratch and post.
Even if you say that, there have been such a constant haze of fake leaks that I don't know how you would even know if they just stayed quiet.
Yeah. Let's see. February 4th is the next Nintendo Direct, and that came up the same day they announced the Switch 2. So let me see. Is this for the Switch 2? Yes, this is the one about the Switch 2. So we've got a couple of weeks to wait.
So yeah.
If there's not freaking Bluetooth connectivity on it for headphones this time, then I'm going to seriously question their sanity.
Yeah, the two things that they did throw up that we can, I suppose, are good things. Well, three, I suppose. First, that stand on the Switch isn't completely useless in this version. It's a little bit bigger and it's backwards compatible.
Yeah, but whenever they say backwards compatible, it's like how many asterisks are following that?
Well, it's backwards compatible with the Switch.
Well, they say most.
How many asterisks are following that?
Yeah,
we'll find out in time, I think.
They say most Switch games, but how many is most?
What does most mean? So, yeah, beyond that, we don't know a whole lot more about it. Apparently they've got a new joystick design. I don't know if these ones are going to be more robust. I'd hope so. They couldn't be any worse.
Trying to make them more robust and make Hall Effect ones instead. Everybody's been saying that to every developer for years now, but they all insist on using conventional joysticks.
Yeah, just guys, come on.
All it will take is for somebody to do the freaking RMA budget on this one of these days.
Yeah. So yeah, we don't know much about it. That's about all we know about it, really. I don't want to go wading through all the leaks and rumors because there's going to be a lot of just wrong in there. A lot of people trying to lead astray or get their own 2 cents in on it. Actually, I am glad they've put the charge port on top of it now instead of on the bottom.
Yeah,
so
that
you can
was-
charge it while you play with it.
I don't know that that's a charge port. It's an extra USB-C. That doesn't mean it's a charge port.
It could be a charge port. It could be.
Remember,
hang on.
the Switch one has Bluetooth connectivity. You just aren't allowed to use it.
Yeah, it uses it for the controllers, and that's it. Hang on. There's a USB-C on the top and on the bottom.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yeah,
There's a
okay.
USB-C on the top. That does not mean it's a charge port.
Yeah, I see what you mean now. Okay. Whoa.
Because they put single-use Bluetooth in there. There's nothing saying they can't put single-use USB-C on there as well.
Yeah, like, yes, you got the one on the bottom, which will work with the dock, obviously, but
Single-use universal port. My goodness.
what does the one on the top do? Is it for weird, wacky Nintendo peripherals only, or what?
Wouldn't be the first time.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I see that the freaking cardboard accessory thing must be deprecated then. It's a different
Yes,
form factor.
form factor won't fit. That thing had limited shelf life anyway. Anyway, let's get out of here, shall we?
All right. We are officially done with the big Hoyoverse drops for a while, I think.
No, because ZZZ next week.
Well, ZZZ will have one drop every 3 weeks, but as far as new 0.0 patches and conclusions to major story arcs go, that have a lot of juice to talk about.
It depends on whether this is going to be the next one's going to be the sort of the prologue to the new arc, or whether it's going to be a standalone side story. We don't know.
Yeah, I imagine the Hoyo narrative talk will probably be put on hold for a bit, but I don't know what we'll replace it with.
Find something.
It's New Year's.
New Year's. What's not happening? Everything's on fire. Okay.
Yeah, and the Switch 2 undoubtedly will give us garbage to talk about and complain about and worry about as it comes out. We'll get to talk about the future of console gaming, and I say that with the biggest asterisk next to it of all time.
Yeah,
That little infrared thing on the Wii, the Switch even do? I don't think I've ever used it for anything.
the one on the main console.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's like on the heel of a Joy-Con or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's used in the cardboard thing, and I don't think I've ever heard of it being used anywhere else.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, there's
Because they took that off the Switch too as well. Possibly
is
because
a
nobody
route-
used it for anything.
I think there's an IR sensor on the top of the Switch 2 now.
What do you use? It's
Is
changed
that an IR
television
sensor?
channel.
It could be either an IR sensor or a headphone jack. It's hard to tell.
There is a headphone jack. They said that there would be one 3.5, which
Yes.
worries me because phones don't do that. They should, but they don't. But the excuse for phones taking them away was that everybody uses Bluetooth now. But if they're still putting one on the Switch, does that mean that they don't acknowledge that people use Bluetooth?
Well, my phone's got both 3.5 and Bluetooth, so
Yeah, they don't make very many that do anymore.
they don't make any. And if you're an
none of
Apple
the
user,
flagships have
completely
them.
forget it.
No company has them on their flagship anymore. My phone
No.
doesn't have one anymore. My previous one, like I have my previous phone was a Xiaomi 9T, and my current one is a 14T. So it's 5 years displaced, and in that 5 years they nixed the headphone port.
Yeah, my phone's about 4 or 5 years old now at this point, so that's probably why. So yeah, we'll see on this. Like, there is a route for them to be successful on it. Let's see if they screw it up.
Yeah, I have other slightly different angled commentary. But we'll get to that next week.
We'll get to it.
Next week.
So, all right, folks. If you've been playing Star Rail, let us know. I know you pulled Fate Shao Fern, or not Fern, Serathis. So you can write us about that if you want. And also, I may or may not have some Boomer Shooter to talk to you about in the coming few weeks. Maybe not next week, but soon. There's one in the 2 playlist. So we will talk to y'all next week.